Chapter 2019. The heavenly ant god began to doubt itself for a moment, but it still had to run when it had to. It forcibly stabilized its injuries before tearing through the air and fleeing into the distance again. Xiao Hong appeared not far away from it again. "Piss off!" the heavenly ant god roared as its fist hurtled toward Xiao Hong at an extremely fast speed. The heavenly ant god's power was extremely terrifying, and in the instant that its fist projection exploded, the space around it was also shattered. Xiao Hong's body disappeared in this dire situation. The shockwaves from the fist projection tore a gargantuan gash into the ground up ahead. The heavenly ant god seemed to have experienced this before, and in the instant that Xiao Hong disappeared, its body shuddered as countless black, heavenly Tao ants erupted forth like mist, enshrouding an area within a radius of over 50 kilometers. Didn't Xiao Hong know how to appear and disappear unpredictably? If that was the case, then the heavenly ant god would be able to attack Xiao Hong from a range of over 50 kilometers. The heavenly ant god's plan was a good one. However, just as it was about to continue fleeing, a streak of golden light flashed past beside it. This was none other than the young woman in the vibrant red dress. The young woman's entire body was enshrouded by particles of light, as if there was a barrier of light around her. All of the ants that came into contact with her barrier were incinerated by black flames before plummeting from the sky. She launched a palm toward the heavenly ant god, and even though her attack wasn't very powerful, the heaven-crushing power imbued within it struck the heavenly ant god with a sense of peril. Die! A red light flashed through the heavenly ant god's eyes, and countless divine patterns converged on its fist as it launched an almighty punch toward the young woman. Boom! The palm and fist collided, and a golden ball of light exploded, dispersing all of the surrounding heavenly Tao ants. The young woman in the red dress was knocked flying for several kilometers, and the heavenly ant god was also forced back several dozen meters. But it appeared that it had gained the upper hand. "You can't kill me, so don't waste your energy," the heavenly ant god said in a grim voice. Xiao Hong stabilized her body before speaking in a sweet voice. "I don't need to kill you. I'll just hold you off and leave the killing to my friends. You forced me to do this. Let's see if you have the life to hold me back." A ferocious expression appeared on the heavenly ant god's face, and countless ants suddenly surged forth from its divine halo. They crawled all over its body before biting into its skin and burrowing into its body. In the end, its skin began to bulge incessantly, as if there were billions of ants crawling all over its body. Little Red's relaxed expression immediately changed. She felt an extremely terrifying aura from the other party's body. This aura was more than twice as terrifying as before. Huff, huff, huff! The heavenly ant god's body expanded significantly, and its terrifying aura made the space around it ripple, as if space itself were about to be torn apart. It breathed lightly and stared at the girl in red not far away with its crazed and violent eyes. "Using this trick will affect my fertility, but I have no choice but to use it now." The heavenly ant god had never thought that it would be forced into a corner like this. But since it had been forced to this point, it would use the blood of its enemies to wash away its shame. Rip! The heavenly ant god suddenly pounced toward Xiao Hong at an extremely fast speed, and it slashed its hand toward Xiao Hong's neck at an even faster speed than lightning. Everything had taken place far too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly ant god had covered a distance of several kilometers, and its hand was just about to land on Xiao Hong's neck. The hand fell, slicing into Xiao Hong's neck and decapitating her. The heavenly ant god's brows furrowed as it discovered that it had only struck an afterimage. A few strands of black hair fell from the sky, just a little bit more. The heavenly ant god's voice was cold as its eyes quickly swept through the air. Not only had its power and speed increased explosively, but its perception of its surroundings had also become extremely clear. Even its control over the powers of the heavenly gods had reached an extremely high level. Over here, its body swayed as it tore through space. Xiao Hong's body had only just appeared when she was greeted by the sight of a fist hurtling toward her. Her face turned pale with fright, and her body abruptly disappeared again. Boom! The fist crashed into space, causing countless spatial cracks to appear on its surface. Where will you appear next time? The heavenly ant god was not discouraged in the slightest as it looked around at the empty space around it. It knew that the heavenly ant god's uncanny spell technique would expend a lot of energy, and if the heavenly ant god became careless or exhausted, it would be able to kill the heavenly ant god with a single strike. However, a dozen or so seconds passed, and the surrounding space was still completely empty. The heavenly ant god was not coming out? That was awkward. I've unleashed my full power and self-detonated, and you're not going to fight me anymore? You can hide for so long. I'll spare your pathetic life. The heavenly ant god's body flashed as it continued to flee into the distance. However, right at this moment, the young woman in red appeared behind it again before snapping her fingers. Boom! Boom! A huge sun exploded with a loud rumble. I'll kill you! The heavenly ant god let loose an explosive roar as it tore through the sun with its hands, completely disregarding the burns on its body as it pounced toward Xiao Hong with a crazed expression. Xiao Hong was given a fright before abruptly disappearing again. The heavenly ant god's fist struck thin air. Damn it! The heavenly ant god's eyes widened as it surveyed its surroundings. However, everything seemed to have fallen completely silent, as if nothing was going to happen. The heavenly ant god's body flashed as it fled into the distance at full speed. At this moment, a golden light flashed beside it. Xiao Hong's body appeared again. However, before it had a chance to retaliate, the heavenly ant god's fist had already crashed into its face. Xiao Hong let loose a cry of surprise before disappearing again. The heavenly ant god was struck by a fit of rage upon seeing that its attack had struck thin air again. It continued to flee, and Xiao Hong appeared again. It retaliated, and Xiao Hong evaded. It continued to flee, and Xiao Hong appeared beside it again. It ignored Xiao Hong, and Xiao Hong blasted it away with the sun. It pounced toward Xiao Hong like a madman, and Xiao Hong disappeared again. Ah! The heavenly ant god roared as it unleashed a flurry of punches into the surrounding space. The space within a radius of several hundred kilometers was pulverized by its punches, and it looked as if it were about to be destroyed. However, Xiao Hong still didn't appear. The heavenly ant god was about to be driven insane by Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong was like a guerrilla warfare monster. Every time it tried to flee, it would be able to sneak up on it, and every time it tried to retaliate, it would be able to evade. It was a heavenly god, but it didn't even have a chance to land a single hit. F***CK. The heavenly ant god cursed. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. It threw out harsh words, but no one responded to it. It didn't know what to do either, just like a fool. Ah! The heavenly ant god was on the verge of a mental breakdown, and it roared as it fled into the distance again. At this moment, a red dress appeared before it. The heavenly ant god roared as it launched an almighty fist. However, right at this moment, Xiao Hong didn't suddenly disappear. Instead, she also launched an almighty fist. Heaven-crushing fist. Boom! It was as if a massive sun had exploded. The heavenly ant god was knocked back a few steps, and its arm was also burned. However, Xiao Hong's injuries were even more severe. She let loose a delicate moan as she flew through the air, and she threw up a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha! Reckless be **starred. You're going to die if I catch you. The heavenly ant god was just about to give chase after Xiao Hong. However, a smile appeared on Xiao Hong's face. Do you think I only threw a punch at you because I couldn't evade? What? The heavenly ant god's expression suddenly shifted, and it turned around to look behind it. A series of terrifying auras were quickly approaching it and surrounding it from all directions. I'm trying to stall you so that my little friend can catch up to you. Xiao Hong wiped the blood from her lips with a smile. Heavenly Ant God, your end is here. Chapter 2020. Roar. A dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. Your ant tribe has been killed by us, and you still have the face to keep running? Xiao Tu's disdainful and mocking voice erupted throughout heaven and earth. Xiao Zhe sneered. The name Heavenly Ant God really suits you. You're just an ant like Heavenly God. Trash among heavenly gods. You don't even dare to fight, so all you can do is run. The two true dragons weren't afraid of death, and they were already hurling insults at the Heavenly Ant God as they flew toward it. The Heavenly Ant God was an extremely proud heavenly god. It was an extremely important being among the heavenly gods, so it had never been humiliated like this before. Its entire body trembled with rage. However, it knew that this was not the time to fight. It had already been surrounded, and its top priority was to break out of this encirclement. Only after that would it have a chance at revenge. As long as it could go back, it would give birth to a whole tribe of children and an invincible army before coming back to exact revenge and show these lowly enemies who was the true ruler of this world. The Heavenly Ant God's body flashed as it fled into the distance with all its might. Ice Frost, heaven-dominating mirror. A cold and sweet-sounding voice reverberated in the distance. Shangguan pointed her high priestess staff into the air. A semi-transparent blue prismatic mirror suddenly appeared in front of the Heavenly Ant God, and it exuded an aura of extreme frost that seemed to be able to freeze everything in its surroundings. The Heavenly Ant God continued to fly forward, and it crashed directly into the mirror. Boom! The mirror tremored violently as countless cracks quickly appeared on its surface. The mirror quickly shattered under the Heavenly Ant God's frenzied attacks. Just as it thought that there were no more obstacles in its way, and it was about to continue flying, it crashed into another mirror amid a resounding boom. Shangguan wielded her divine staff as the aura of the ice matriarch surged around her body. Her blue high priestess robe flapped in the wind, and a solemn expression appeared on her face. Multiple heaven-crushing mirror. A series of extremely sturdy ice mirrors were quickly constructed. Boom, boom, boom. The Heavenly Ant God was very stubborn, and it continued to charge forward with reckless abandon. However, its speed was still slowed down in the end. It finally managed to break through the multiple heaven-crushing mirror, only for the heaven-crushing nirvana flames to fall from the sky. Boom! The Heavenly Ant God tasted scorching flames again. This was a trump card that little Huang had created after learning the heaven-crushing true intent. Even the divine heaven stage, heavenly human tribe, mighty figures who had unleashed their divine halos didn't dare to underestimate it. Now that this attack had struck the Heavenly Ant God, one could imagine how much damage it had inflicted upon it. The Heavenly Ant God's entire body had been charred black, and it was as if the flames refused to be extinguished. From a bird's-eye view, it looked like a ball of fire was fleeing into the distance. At this moment, the Kirin descended from the sky before crashing down toward the Heavenly Ant God. Heaven-crushing Kirin. Dongfeng Zhuangshi roared with rage. I'll kill you. The Heavenly Ant God was enraged, and it launched an extremely violent punch toward the Kirin in the sky. Rumble. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. The demonic blood Kirin, who was at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, was knocked flying for over 50 kilometers by a single punch. The Heavenly Ant God only stumbled back a few steps, but its body trembled violently as blood trickled from the corners of its lips. I'm not someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can bully. It wanted to use this punch to establish its might and then continue to escape. However, the two true dragons didn't hesitate in the slightest as they pounced toward it. Heaven-crushing, barbaric dragon charge. Xiao Zhe rammed his massive dragon head toward the Heavenly Ant God. Weren't they supposed to be iron-headed? Then let's see whose head was more iron-headed. Die. The Heavenly Ant God flared up with rage upon seeing this. Ramming its head into the heavenly ant god was a complete disregard for the heavenly ant god. Lethal, poisonous ant. A dark green poisonous ant suddenly revolved around the heavenly ant god's hand as it launched a palm toward the oncoming dragon head. The poisonous ant in its hand could kill all energy, living beings, matter, and even the intent realm of Tao. It could be said that it was an all-purpose, lethal attack. If its opponent was ramming its head into it, then it was going to crush its head with its poison. Boom! A terrifying collision erupted once again. Xiao Zhe's barbaric dragon charge was extremely powerful, and the heavenly ant god was forced into retreat. However, the heavenly ant god wore a sinister smile as the poisonous ant in its hand chomped toward its opponent's head. Right at this moment, a strange crystalline membrane appeared over the dragon head. The membrane seemed to be the bane of the poisonous ant, unleashing a power that could weaken the poisonous ant and keep its poison at bay. How could this be? The heavenly ant god's eyes widened. Raucous laughter suddenly erupted from behind it. Ha ha ha! Are you trying to poison me? Don't poison little Xiao. Come and poison me instead. A massive mouth suddenly sealed off the heavenly ant god's path of retreat. And as the heavenly ant god retreated, it opened its massive mouth and swallowed the heavenly ant god. Xiao, too, was the heavenly ant god. All of the heavenly ant god's companions drew sharp intakes of breath upon seeing this. Last time, it had swallowed a heavenly god, only to be blasted to death. However, it dared to do the same thing again. Did it really think that its life was worthless? Heaven-crushing, true dragon intestine strangulation. Xiao, too, twisted its body frantically as an extremely terrifying strangulation power erupted from its stomach, as if it were trying to tear the heavenly ant god apart. The heavenly ant god's blood-curdling cries sounded. It had already been severely wounded, and its buff mystic technique was about to expire, so it was in an extremely feeble state. As such, it was unable to destroy Xiao Tu's stomach. After experiencing that incident last time, my stomach has become courageous after experiencing shame. I've already begun to focus on cultivating it, and it has become extremely hard. Even if it's a heavenly god, they won't be able to easily break open my stomach. Xiao Tu turned toward everyone else with a smug expression. It's still a little difficult for me to kill it like this. Release your spell techniques into my mouth, and I'll be able to transmit the power of your spell techniques into the heavenly ant god's body. That way, we'll be able to kill the heavenly ant god. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Let me add some ice for you. The great empress of the Snow tribe had been accumulating power for a long time, and she let loose a clear cry before launching a demonic ice heaven-crushing ball toward Xiao Tuesday. I'll do it as well! Shangguan unleashed the power of the ice matriarch toward Xiao Tuesday sure enough. The heavenly ant god's blood-curdling cries erupted from within. Ah! The heavenly ant god's blood-curdling cries intertwined with Xiao Tu's. Xiao Zhe's eyes widened in shock at the sight of Xiao Tu's blood-curdling cries. You look like you're about to die. Are you really going to be all right? I'm fine. Give me more firepower. Xiao Tu yelled, This isn't enough. All of you, come at me together. Everyone was extremely excited upon hearing this. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Phoenix Little Huang blasted flames toward Xiao Tu, clearly trying to add some more firepower to him. Xiao Tu's entire body was scorching red, and the heavenly ant god wailed with anguish. Let me add some more firepower to you. Xiao Zhe took a deep breath before unleashing an earth-shattering, true dragon, heaven-crushing breath toward Xiao Tu's mouth. Xiao Tu's body shuddered violently, and his dragon scales stood on end as the heavenly ant god wailed with anguish. Let me add some more firepower to you. The demonic blood Kirin roared before blasting a crimson ball of fire toward Xiao Tu's mouth. Xiao Tu's entire body twisted and contorted as blood gushed forth from his mouth. The heavenly ant god wailed with anguish. Xiao Hong made her way over to Xiao Tu's mouth before blinking her bright eyes in a sweet voice. "Let me add some more firepower to you." Xiao Tu's body stiffened as an expression of horror and despair appeared on his face. The heavenly ant god fell completely silent. Boom! Xiao Tu exploded. Chapter 2021. A dazzling sun appeared in the southern region of the Tai Chu continent. What was different was that there was already a sun in the sky, but now there was another one. This one was releasing the pure essence of the sun, as well as true light and heat. Perhaps it was due to the rising and warping atmosphere, or perhaps it was because it was too close to the sun. But this sun appeared to be even larger and more scorching, as if it were going to incinerate the entire earth. All of the living beings who didn't know what was going on were extremely uneasy as they looked up at the sun in the distance. Not only had the sun appeared, but why was there a ring of fiery clouds around it? Also, there was smoke and dust swirling around the bottom of the sun, and lava was erupting forth. Was it really going to crash into the ground? Thankfully, this sun came and went very quickly. It soon completely disappeared, as if it had never even existed in this world. Outside Autumn Leaf City, a gargantuan crater had appeared on the ground, and it was like a huge bowl. This was a bowl that could contain everything in this world, and there was fiery, red liquid flowing within it. This was the lava that had been melted from the earth. Dongfang Zhuangshi, Shangguan Yi, Xiaozhe, and all the other super mighty figures were still unleashing protective divine techniques, and they didn't dare to retreat as they stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes with lingering fear. Xiao Hong stood in midair, and she was still pointing forward with a translucent finger. There was nothing in front of her, and the center of the bowl was right below her. There was a horrified dragon head soaking in the lava, but its body had completely disappeared. Such a massive sun had exploded in its stomach, so it was impossible for it to preserve its body. "Are you all right, Vice Pavilion Leader Xiao Tu?" Xiao Hong looked down at the dragon head with a concerned expression. "I purposely prevented the sun from exploding your head. Are you all right?" Xiao Tu blew bubbles in the lava as he looked up at Xiao Hong in the sky, and his lips twitched with difficulty. "Who told you that you'd be fine as long as you keep your head?" Xiao Hong patted her voluptuous chest and heaved a faint sigh of relief. "I'm glad you can still talk. Looks like you're really all right." "Xiao Tu!" All of the others also erupted into cheers upon seeing this, and they scooped up Xiao Tu's head before placing it on the ground beside them. "That's incredible!" Shangguan Yi exclaimed with amazement on her face. "Even without a head, he can still live." Xiao Zhe looked at the half-dead Xiao Tu with an indifferent expression. Xianyuan Cheng and the others also hurried over, and they all surrounded Xiao Tu and asked about his well-being. "Is the sun delicious?" Su Qianyin blinked her beautiful blue eyes and asked curiously. "Xiao Tu, the Purple Star Pavilion provides free body enhancement services. Do you need that?" Bai Ling asked in a gentle voice with a gentle smile. Xiao Tu nodded with excitement. "I do. I really do." It had never experienced such a heavy injury before. If Little Red couldn't protect its head, it might really be blasted to death by a sun. The destructive power of light and heat was simply too terrifying. By the way, was the heavenly ant god destroyed? Cassidy asked. "Of course. It was melted into nothingness by the sun in my stomach." Xiao Tu replied in an extremely confident manner. Everyone cheered happily when they heard that. They had successfully defeated their most powerful enemy, and it was a complete annihilation. This was an extremely important event. One had to realize that the heavenly ant god was extremely terrifying, and it could even be described as a late-stage heavenly ant god. If it was allowed to develop and give birth to a new ant tribe army, then they really wouldn't be able to stand against it, and neither would the rest of the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army. "Did we kill the paramount heavenly gods here?" Tang Shimin was quite elated. Bai Ling nodded with a smile before becoming a little perplexed. The heavenly ant god could have just developed once before launching a full-scale attack. I don't understand why it was in such a hurry. Perhaps it thought that it would be powerful enough to conquer the kingdom of the 9 states? Woof! Dabai speculated. Or perhaps they were in a hurry and didn't have time to wait any longer, Shen Yuanqing speculated. Xiao Zhe nodded with a smile. In any case, we've secured a glorious victory. Let's go back and have a celebratory feast. A faint smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. All right, I'll request an immortal pill from Enlin for everyone who participated in this battle, and those with outstanding battle achievements will receive even more immortal pills. Everyone erupted into raucous cheers again upon hearing this. At this moment, far away from the massive bowl, on the ground that was riddled with cracks, there was a tiny black ant crawling on the ground. There was a small divine halo above its head, which was completely indiscernible and devoid of aura. Damn it, I was almost killed by them. If it weren't for my ant reincarnation technique, I really would have died. The black ant gritted its teeth with an expression of indignation and humiliation. I was going to conquer the kingdom of the 9 states and all the entire world. How could I not even be able to conquer a single city? How could I not even be able to conquer a single city before being completely annihilated? It was none other than the heavenly ant god. At this moment, the proud heavenly ant god was filled with humiliation and indignation. Just you wait. The heavenly ant god looked at the Starfire battleship in the distance. For 9 immortal sect, the next time I reappear in this world, I'm going to trample all of you under my feet. Whoosh! A silver light suddenly fell. Green blood splattered through the air. The black ant's body was suddenly sliced in half. The heavenly ant god was at a complete loss for a moment before it let loose the blood-curdling wail. "Ah, who is it? Who is it?" It's still alive." A beautiful young woman in a black Taoist robe squatted on the ground and looked down at the struggling ant. The heavenly ant god shuddered, and it felt as if its blood were about to congeal as it looked up at the young woman before it. This young woman had killed returned to void stage demons of hell like she was slicing vegetables. Heavenly ant god? I almost let you get away. Yi Ling chuckled. Impossible. I've already concealed my aura and received the most fundamental protection of the heavenly Tao. How could you have discovered me? The heavenly ant god's expression was filled with horror and incredulity. It was very, very weak, and this woman definitely had the ability to kill it. How did you discover me? Yi Ling blinked her bright eyes, which were so clear that they seemed to be able to reflect heaven and earth. She smiled. Of course I saw it, so I noticed it. Impossible. This is definitely. Whoosh! Whoosh! The silver light flashed again. The heavenly ant god didn't even get a chance to finish a sentence before his body was sliced into over 10,000 pieces. Bam! The divine halo shattered, transforming into specks of light that fused into heaven and earth. He's really dead now, right? Yi Ling blinked in confusion. Sister Yi Ling, what are you doing there? Hurry up and come here. Xiao Zhe yelled from afar. We're going to split the immortal pills soon. Lu Qianhuan waved her hand. A faint smile appeared on Yi Ling's face as she stood up. I'm coming. Chapter 2022. Crack boom. Something cracked open within the sea of light. The heavenly light goddess body trembled violently, and she could no longer maintain her composure. What happened? They lost. The heavenly ant god died. This had far exceeded her expectations, and she had never thought that this would happen. The heavenly light goddess was waiting for the heavenly ant god to sweep through the kingdom of the 9 states before triggering a series of traps. How could her plans have been ruined so quickly? Extreme panic welled up in her heart. This was not a fear of power. Instead, it was a fear of being unable to control the chess game. That's right. She viewed all beings as chess pieces. Even though Lin had done many earth-shattering things, she was still able to remain calm and collected. However, the heavenly ant god's death had completely disrupted her plans. There wasn't enough time, and she didn't have enough power to use. All of her plans had crumbled due to this failure. Why? What is the root cause of all of this? The heavenly light goddess breathing accelerated, and her divine halo flashed as she pointed a finger into the air. Time reversal. A three-dimensional projection began to appear in the air. This was a projection of everything that had happened in Autumn Leaf City. From the 20 million strong army of hell demons surrounding Autumn Leaf City, to the Starfire battleship's powerful appearance, to the 4-9 immortal sect members taking the entire city by storm. The heavenly ant god had been brimming with confidence, but it had unleashed all of its trump cards. Then it had fled in a sorry state. In the end, it had used its final trump card, ant reincarnation, but it was still unable to escape. The heavenly light goddess fell silent as she witnessed the scenes unfolding before her. How did they get here in such a timely manner? The female's fists were clenched tightly. The 4-9 immortal sect sure is full of talented people. By Ling Xiaohong missing in Celestial Immortal, who would have thought that there would be so many people capable of disrupting my plans? A smile appeared on the heavenly light goddess' face, but there was no warmth in her smile. The 4-9 immortal sect again. The 4-9 immortal sect had ruined her plans again and again. Couldn't they behave like the celestial court? Right at this moment, the soil beside the heavenly light goddess began to flash. Brightness, I've stalled Lin. He's trapped in Yutong City. How's the situation on your side? Has heavenly ant god conquered the southern region of the kingdom of the 9 states? The heavenly earth god asked. The heavenly light goddess' lips twitched, and she suddenly didn't want to say anything. What is it? The heavenly earth god suddenly had a bad feeling. I failed. Although the heavenly light goddess didn't want to admit it, she still admitted it. This was the first time she admitted her failure. It failed. The heavenly earth god's voice trembled. What's going on? It's all right. It's all right. The enemy is too powerful, so it's not a bad idea to ask the heavenly ant god to retreat for now. We do have a lot of time, but we still have a chance to turn the situation around. The heavenly light goddess whispered, tactical retreat? No. The heavenly ant god's army has already been completely wiped out, and even the heavenly ant god himself couldn't escape. Boom! The earth beneath the heavenly earth god's feet seemed to have cracked open. As if struck by lightning, it was stunned for a few seconds. You're not joking, right? Under such circumstances, who else could do such a thing? The heavenly earth god's voice was a little urgent, and his mind was already ringing. The 4-9 immortal sect, the heavenly light goddess said, we've underestimated this sect. And Lin and Su Xiaolan are in Yutong City. The heavenly earth god felt like everything was a little surreal. But there are other freaks in the 4-9 immortal sect. We've been neglecting them this entire time, and when they come together, the power they unleash has far exceeded my expectations. The heavenly light goddess expression became more and more strained as she recalled the battle she had just witnessed. No, we can't allow a sect like this to continue to develop. Calm down, light goddess. Our top priority now is to figure out how to get the momentum back on our side. The momentum has already been disrupted. If we want to get the momentum back on our side, we have to eliminate all other variables. What you're saying is, that's right, the 4-9 immortal sect is the biggest variable. I'm going to destroy the 4-9 immortal sect. At Yutong City, and Lin was a little dazed as he held his voice transmission talisman. He listened to Bai Ling's report, and he felt like he was in a dream. The heavenly ant god had led 20 million sinister devils to attack the kingdom of the 9 states. The 4-9 immortal sect had annihilated all of their enemies. Over 100 returned to void stage enemies. 36 Tao integration stage enemies, and the heavenly ant god had all been slain. My sect, Is it really that bad? SS. And Lin, I would like to request for at least one immortal pill from the sect's resources for everyone who participated in the battle. Is that okay? No, no way. Bai Ling's voice faltered slightly. At least 2 immortal pills per person. No, 3 per person. And Lin immediately made a decision. Bai Ling didn't think that Lin would be so generous, and she faltered for a long while before replying, but 3 per person? I don't think our sect has that many immortal pills. I have some here, and I can transfer them to you at the last minute. And Lin replied. The voice transmission talisman seemed to be on loudspeaker, and Lin could hear the excited cheers of his friends from the other end of the voice transmission talisman. There were also cries of "Long live the sect leader," and "Big Brother and his awesome." And Lin hung up the voice transmission talisman with a slightly dazed expression before turning to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was also a little emotional. She had clearly also heard the good news from the voice transmission talisman. Who would have thought they would do something so monumental? Su Xiaolan looked up into the sky. I'm very elated. And Lin sighed with emotion. He felt like his children had finally grown up. He knew that the enemies that had come this time were extremely terrifying. Even if these enemies attacked the Celestial Court definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. However, the 4-9 Immortal sect had done it, and they had done it with minimal casualties. His friends from the 4-9 Immortal sect were already capable of taking charge, and Lin was very elated, but he also knew that this was not the time to be gloating. The Heavenly Light Goddess is definitely not going to let us off the hook so easily. She might even seek revenge. Get Xianyuan Chang and the others to return to the sect first and activate the formation to protect themselves, and Lin instructed. If that's the case, what about the Eastern Front? Su Xiaolan asked. The 4-9 Immortal sect isn't far from the Eastern Front anyway, so we'll rush there if something unexpected happens. I refuse to believe that the Celestial Court can't even defend against 5 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings. And Lin replied. He had just received a voice transmission talisman from Chen informing him that another 5 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings had been blasted. It could be said that the heavenly human tribe was severely lacking in soldiers right now. If a war were to break out, it would most likely not just come from the Eastern Front. Instead, it could erupt from anywhere. As such, it was better for them to stay at home. Just as Lin was making a call to Bai Ling and the others, within the White Nectar Sea, in the depths of the pure white seawater, a spatial gate suddenly lit up. Chapter 2023. The light from the spatial gate became more and more dazzling. The auras of 2 worlds radiated outwards. This was clearly a passageway that connected the 2 worlds. Suddenly, a blue-haired, blue-eyed, fair-skinned, slightly thin man poked his head out of the portal and carefully sensed his surroundings. After a short while, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. We're out. We're really out. This is a new world. It's very likely the world where the Immortal King resides. Light surged within the spatial gate. Immediately afterward, figures with powerful auras began to appear. There were over 100 of them, and all of them were returned to Void Stage mighty figures. Among them, the 3 at the very center were Tao Integration Stage cultivators. A blue-haired man held a golden harpoon in his hand. His eyes were bright blue, and he exuded a powerful aura. There was a woman in a red dress. She was tall and slender, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to seduce one's soul. The last man had a reserved aura. He wore a plain Taoist robe, and there was an ancient sword hanging from his waist. This is the Tai Chu continent that the Immortal King spoke of. Such rich, vital energy. All of the powerful beings were curious and astonished. At the same time, they exuded an air of arrogance. On the divine source continent, they were exalted immortals of the cultivation world. They were extremely revered and possessed the power to overturn rivers and seas. With such power, they would most likely be able to accomplish great things on the Tai Chu continent. That's right, these powerful beings had come from the divine source continent. Ever since Enlin had taken the fragment of the heavenly Tao away, the divine source continent had not declined. Instead, it was as if something that had been repressed for a long time had finally been released. The vital energy density increased explosively, and all types of peculiar immortal phenomena appeared. It became easier for the immortals to comprehend their cultivation bases. There were even 3 returned to void stage exalted immortals who had broken through to a new cultivation base, the Tao integration stage. Ms. Yang Lingqian, can you contact the Immortal King? At this moment, a Tao integration stage super mighty figure turned to a return to void initial stage female cultivator in a red dress with a rare expression of respect. Yang Lingqian extended her slender hand and looked at the fiery red bracelet on her wrist. A faint blush appeared on her face as she spoke in a soft voice. I can sense that he's in this world, but I don't know his exact location. Then why don't we create a huge scandal in this world and get the Immortal King to come and find us? An exalted immortal at the return to void pinnacle stage chuckled. The Tao integration stage super mighty figure holding the golden harpoon furrowed his brows slightly. That's not a good idea. The Immortal King definitely doesn't like us causing trouble like this. Lord River God, you're already in the Celestial King realm. Do you still care about what the Lord Celestial King thinks? The heavenly immortal had a mysterious smile on his face. That's right. If you ask me, Immortal Monarch Enlin was also on par with Feng Huia in the past. You're even more powerful than Feng Huia. So why are you still inferior to Immortal Monarch Enlin? Another beautiful, exalted immortal chuckled. Oh, Li Shizhen, do you know what you're saying? This is a great disrespect to Enlin Immortal King. If it wasn't for Enlin Immortal King, would the divine source continent have encountered such a great opportunity? Would you be where you are today? Yang Lingqian was enraged, and she chastised them mercilessly. An elderly man stroked his beard and shook his head. The changes in heaven and earth are a result of the heavenly Tao. What does it have to do with Immortal King Enlin? I really don't understand why you insist on attributing these changes to Immortal King Enlin. Perhaps it's because someone feels like he's about to lose his position in the cabinet, so he's trying his best to maintain Enlin's position as the #1 cultivator on the divine source continent. Shizhen chuckled. After all, River God, Yanji and Wang Qin are all immortal kings, and they're all more powerful than Feng Huia. Enlin was only about as powerful as Feng Huia back then. So it's indeed inappropriate for him to claim the title of the #1 cultivator on the divine source continent for himself. Another straightforward, exalted immortal chimed in. You! Yang Lingqian's eyes widened. She was so enraged that she didn't know what to say. She knew that these people would become more and more arrogant as their cultivation bases progressed. However, she never would have thought that they would dare to say something like this in public. Were they looking down on Enlin? Prior to using her senses to open up the passageway between the two worlds, these people were still respectful toward Enlin. Now that the passageway had been opened up, they could explore the new world. Why were they suddenly turning on Enlin? All right, stop arguing. The river god interrupted the quarrel between the two sides. A smile appeared on Yanji's face. That's right. Immortal King Enlin is still our superior. Even if we want to split the power and resources of the divine source continent, we have to get his approval first. I'm not interested in that. All I want to know is who's more powerful between me and Immortal King Enlin, Wang Chen said with a cold expression. Yang Lingqian was struck by a sense of sorrow again as she listened to the words of the most powerful cultivators. She knew that they still had a sliver of respect for Enlin in their words. However, this was merely based on the lingering influence of the past. There was no genuine respect from the bottom of their hearts. We should be in the deep sea right now. Let's go up and take a look at this world. The river god suggested. All of the exalted immortals nodded in agreement. The river god held an extremely high position in their hearts. Even Yen Ji and Wang Qin were full of respect for him. He was the first person to break through to the immortal king stage on the divine source continent after Enlin had left. He had pointed out a bright path for all of the immortals. In terms of prestige alone, he was much more powerful than Enlin. All of the immortals floated upward. This seawater is milky white. How interesting. And these tree roots are so thick. They're piercing straight into the seabed. Is this some kind of gigantic tree? I can sense an extremely rich life force energy from it. I really want to snatch it away. Don't do anything rash. Let's go up and see what kind of tree it is. Is this a shattered formation? I can sense the power of the formation, but it was shattered by the tree trunk. This tree is no ordinary tree. Looking at the phenomenons before them, the immortals were all discussing fervently, feeling extremely excited and curious. All of the immortals emerged from the ocean and were greeted by the sight of an unimaginably gigantic tree in the sky. My God, why is this tree so tall? Ouyang Tai was astonished. I can't see the end of it. This is a divine tree, right? Could there be some kind of treasure up there? Shi Zhen's eyes were blazing, and she began to become restless. Why don't we make this divine tree our first base? An exalted immortal suggested. But this place must already be occupied by some other force, right? Another exalted immortal hesitated. A seductive smile appeared on Shi Zhen's face. Only immortal king tier forces, like us, are worthy of possessing something like this. No one else is worthy of possessing it. All of the immortals either agreed or tacitly agreed upon this. There were very few objections. They were the most powerful group of immortals on the divine source continent, so they naturally had the ambition to conquer other worlds. Occupying a divine tree was a piece of cake for them. All of the exalted immortals turned to the three immortal kings. As long as the three immortal kings gave the word, they would definitely not hesitate any longer. Right at this moment, a dense cluster of black dots suddenly appeared not far away from the divine tree. Anyone who dares to trespass into our central heaven gate must die. Chapter 2024. Enemies. The immortals' expressions changed. They looked at the enemies flying toward them. These enemies looked like ordinary humans, but their skin was fairer, and they had a pair of snow-white wings. The auras they released were also slightly different. Fellow Cultivator, we have no intention of offending you. The river god, as the supreme leader, bowed respectfully and spoke in a graceful manner. He clearly did not want any conflict. However, the strange humans flying toward them acted as if they had seen a mortal enemy. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Despicable and shameless humans! How dare you sneak attack us? Kill them! Boom, boom, boom! Bolts of cannon fire containing the power of the heavens rained down on them mercilessly. The exalted immortals were dumbfounded. Fighting as soon as they met? How much did they hate each other? Hadn't they just met for the first time? At this moment, an exalted immortal holding a large saber roared angrily and swung his saber. A crimson saber projection cut through the sky and blocked all the incoming attacks. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. We just landed here. We don't really want to break in. The river god explained patiently. He believed that as long as they communicated well, they would be able to get along well with these strange-looking humans. These damned humans are quite powerful. Hurry up and call our marshal over. Hurry up! Don't let these humans escape. We must kill them all. These winged beings did not seem to hear the river god's words. They just wanted to kill them. Then a series of terrifying beams of light blasted toward the river god and the others. Damn it! The exalted immortal holding the large saber charged toward the heavenly humans when he saw how unreasonable they were. His large saber spewed out scorching flames. Heaven-burning flame saber. Boom! A scorching saber projection blocked all the attacks and did not stop there. It burned the white-winged beings not far away into ashes. How dare mere ants clamor here? The exalted immortal harumphed coldly, his face full of disdain. The river god frowned slightly. Our language is the same, and we have already explained everything. Why are they still so determined to kill us? Also, what is this central heavenly gate that they mentioned? Who cares? We'll just kill all those who dare to mess with us. The saber-wielding exalted immortal chortled. His strength was only average among the exalted immortals, but even so he was still able to kill all the enemies before him with a single slash of his saber. He, exalted immortal crimson tiger, control your temper. Don't bully the living beings of this world. Shi Jin chuckled lightly. I hope there are still worthy opponents in this world. Wang Qin said indifferently. At this moment, a dense crowd of figures appeared in the distance, once again. This time, there were over 100,000 of them. No matter how much trash comes, it's still trash. I'll be right back. Exalted immortal crimson tiger let loose an enraged roar, and a burst of crimson flames erupted from his saber as he slashed it through the air. His saber projection extended for several dozen kilometers, and it was as if he were going to wipe out all of the 100,000 enemies before him. However, a beautiful female foreign being suddenly appeared in front of the army. She wore a long robe made of clouds and mist, and she held a slender, white long sword in her hand. Her eyes were cold and haughty, as if she were a holy spirit from the heavens. The river god's expression had already shifted upon seeing her, and he was just about to call out a warning. At this moment, the female foreign being had already lashed out with her sword. A silvery white sword projection seemed to be imbued with the power of the entire heaven and earth. It was vast and boundless, and the onlookers were struck by the urge to submit to it. Exalted, immortal, crimson tiger's expression shifted drastically as he sensed this paramount aura. What kind of power is this? Rip! The silvery white sword projection tore through exalted, immortal, crimson tiger's flames in the blink of an eye. Exalted, immortal, crimson tiger tried to flee in horror, but the sword projection continued onward and sliced his body in half, upon which blood splattered through the air. At this moment, almost all of the mortals' eyes widened in shock. Exalted, immortal, crimson tiger had been insta-killed. One had to realize that exalted, immortal, crimson tiger was considered one of the most powerful beings on the divine source continent, yet he couldn't even take a single sword strike from his opponent. Just how powerful was his opponent? All of the exalted immortals who had been looking down on the living beings of this world felt as if their faces were burning with fear. Thankfully, they weren't the ones who had attacked. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for them to defend themselves against that female foreign being's attack. Crimson Tiger! At this moment, one of Crimson Tiger's friends was already wailing with rage. How dare you kill my brother? I won't forgive you. An exalted immortal at the return to void pinnacle stage flew into the sky. Exalted immortal Mingyan will help you. 7 other exalted immortals at the return to void pinnacle stage also flew into the sky. This female foreign being was indeed very powerful, but exalted immortals like them who had attained the power of the divine Tao were not on the same level as Crimson Tiger. With 8 of them attacking her, they were confident that they would be able to subdue her. The 8 immortals unleashed their own attacks toward the female foreign being. Exalted immortal Mingyan and the others are coming. That woman is dead for sure. We have to avenge exalted immortal Crimson Tiger. We have to show him that the 4-9 Immortal Palace is not to be trifled with. What 4-9 Immortal Palace? It's the Immortal King Palace. Right. All of the exalted immortals looked toward the 8 exalted immortals with pride and anticipation. However, something soon happened that left everyone dumbstruck. It was as if the female foreign being's power was blessed by the heavens. She was able to break through all techniques and even the power of the divine Tao. In the face of the 8 exalted immortals' attacks, she had gained the upper hand. In contrast, the 8 exalted immortals were in a perilous situation, and it looked like they could be defeated at any moment. How could this be? How could she be so powerful? Could it be that she's also an immortal king? Let's attack together! All of the exalted immortals were once again astonished by the female foreign being's terrifying power. The only thing they could think of was to gang up on her. "You have what it takes to be my opponent," an ethereal and fierce voice sounded. Immediately afterward, a dazzling sword projection suddenly appeared before crashing into the female foreign being's body like an upside-down galaxy. The female foreign being's expression shifted drastically, and she immediately raised her sword in front of her. However, she was still knocked flying for over 50 kilometers by the pure sword intent. Wang Chen's plain Taoist robe billowed in the wind, and he held his bronze immortal sword in his hand. His entire body was like a divine sword, and his sword intent surged through heaven and earth. All of the exalted immortals let loose cries of surprise and excitement. "My God, it's immortal King Wang Chen." He was able to force that female foreign being back with a single sword strike. The female foreign being is definitely going to be slain now. Isn't it a piece of cake for an immortal king to make a move? All of the exalted immortals' eyes widened with excitement and reverence. Some of the female cultivators were even staring at Wang Chen with eyes full of love and admiration. Yang Lingqian heaved a faint sigh. The last person to be revered by all of the female exalted immortals was Enlin. Who would have thought that these female exalted immortals would change their target of worship in just over 100 years? This was the reality of this world. Only powerful beings were worthy of respect and admiration. This was something that was engraved into the hearts of all of the exalted immortals on the divine source continent. The power that Wang Chen was displaying right now was even more dazzling than Enlin had been in the past. However, Yang Lingqian was still unable to forget that white-robed immortal. She felt like that white-robed immortal was the most dazzling existence in her heart. At this moment, Wang Chen and the female foreign being were already engaged in battle. He was finally able to suppress the female foreign being's power with his terrifying cultivation base. Their clash was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The power that this female foreign being is using is imbued with paramount Tao intent. It's most likely the most powerful being in this world. Of course, with her holy and majestic appearance, she's definitely an empress of some race. Isn't this the first clash between the most powerful beings on the divine source continent and this world? Haha, look at how badly she's being suppressed. We've definitely won this battle, and we've won it to our heart's content. All of the exalted immortals looked on with scorching light in their eyes, and their hearts were filled with pride. It was also at this moment that countless figures began to appear from all directions. The true horror was approaching. Chapter 2025. Wang Chen forced the foreign woman back with one sword strike after another. He was as cool and collected as a peerless sword immortal. Whoosh! A dazzling sword projection pierced through the foreign woman's defenses in an extremely intricate manner before slashing a gash on her arm, upon which white blood gushed forth. "You're no match for me." Wang Chen stood proudly and spoke in an indifferent voice. This woman was indeed very powerful, but there was still a clear disparity between them. Through this battle, he had once again confirmed that he was still the most powerful immortal king. Presumably, immortal King Enlin had once been at the same level of power as this woman, right? Enlin had once been revered and revered by countless immortals upon entering the divine source continent. However, in Wang Chen's eyes, Enlin's era had already passed. The new immortal king was the true ruler of the divine source continent. Wang Chen was just about to end the battle and kill the woman before him when he suddenly sensed several extremely powerful auras closing in on him. This is... He looked at the densely packed black dots that were pouncing on him from all directions, and his calm expression finally changed. There are actually so many powerful existences. He discovered that there were 5 more enemies whose auras rivaled the foreign woman's. The other exalted immortals were not weak either, so they had naturally also discovered this fact. Their disdain toward the beings of this world had disappeared long ago, only to be replaced by intense shock and incredulity. How could this be? How could there be so many immortal kings? Shurjan exclaimed, "Our divine source continent only has 3 immortal kings, but there are 6 of them? Even though they're a little weaker, if all of them come at us at once, we might not be able to hold them off. Not to mention that they have an army of several million." Oh, Lulu's body was also trembling violently. The expressions of the 2 immortal kings, the river god and Yanji, were extremely grim. Everything that was happening before them had clearly exceeded their expectations. A white ocean, a divine tree that pierced through the sky. We should have appeared at the center of this world, which is why so many powerful beings have been attracted. Yan Ji spoke in a solemn voice. We can't continue to fight. We have to negotiate with them. If we continue to fight, both sides will suffer. The river god frowned. He did not expect that he would provoke such a terrifying force right after entering the new world. Looking at the 5 powerful white-winged humans flying from afar, the river god took a step forward and said in a loud voice, "Fellow cultivators, we have trespassed into this place unintentionally. We are deeply sorry for that. We are willing to compensate you and hope that everyone can bury the hatchet, turn hostility into friendship." The white-winged creature that flew over was dumbfounded. The other white-winged beings were also slightly taken aback. "All right, let's bury the hatchet," one of the tall and handsome white-winged creatures said with a smile. Then he followed the other powerful white-winged creatures and flew toward the river god with friendly expressions. The river god smiled in a friendly manner. He had already released his aura. Presumably, the other party was also afraid of their power. There was no need for them to fight to the death over such a trivial matter. Reconciliation was the best way to deal with it. The white-winged creatures started to approach the river god. Smiles appeared on their faces as they formed a triangular battle formation. The smiles on the faces of the 3 most powerful white-winged creatures suddenly twisted into a sinister expression. Their auras surged violently as energy converged in a special structure to unleash an unprecedentedly sharp attack. Do you really think we're idiots? Lowly human, go to hell! A ferocious roar erupted as the terrifying power of the heavens transformed into a cylindrical energy wave that crashed into the river god's body. The river god had released his divine water defense in the nick of time, but the energy wave was unstoppable. It tore apart the divine water defense of the river god, and then slammed into his body, causing his chest to cave in and split open. PFFF. The river god threw up a mouthful of blood as his body flew back like a cannonball. The 3 powerful white-winged creatures pursued him relentlessly. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all humans. All the immortals were shocked. River god. Yanji rose into the sky with scorching flames swirling around her. She waved a hand toward the white-winged creatures, and the fireballs around her flew forth before exploding in the air like a series of nuclear bombs. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery explosions rocked heaven and earth. Immortal King Stage immortals were quite powerful, and they were able to just barely keep the 3 white-winged creatures at bay. However, Wang Chen was in a much more miserable state. After the 2 white-winged creatures joined the female foreign beings team, they formed a special 3-person battle formation again, and their combat prowess soared explosively as they pummeled Wang Chen like he was their grandchild. Bursts of white light imbued with the power of the heavens shot forth like the sharpest sabers and swords, capable of slicing through all things. Wang Chun was no longer as calm and collected as before, and he was unable to maintain his image as a mighty figure. His body was punctured by the white light over and over again, and he was soon severely wounded. "Hurry! Get into formation! 100 Immortals formation!" the river god yelled. All the exalted immortals' eyes lit up upon hearing this, and they all chose their positions. A peculiar black and white formation began to appear in the air. All of the return to void stage cultivators took up a node of the formation, and the 3-Dao integration stage cultivators took up the core of the formation. At the same time, boundless immortal might began to proliferate outward. Boom, boom, boom. The white-winged life forms' attacks landed on the grand formation, but they were all blocked. How could 100 Immortals formation formed by over 100 return to void stage and 3-Dao integration stage cultivators be broken so easily? This was a trump card that they had prepared for this trip to this new world. All of the exalted immortals finally regained some confidence. These white-winged creatures had beaten them senseless. What kind of vendetta is this? Why do these living beings insist on killing us? Yan Ji's face was filled with confusion and rage. Our top priority now is to break out of this encirclement and find Enlin as soon as possible. Enlin is the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect in this world. If we seek his protection, we'll be safe for now, Yang Lingqian suddenly said. Enlin? Shi Zhen chuckled lightly and said, "Are you kidding me? Enlin is only a weak immortal king at most. Even the 3 of us immortal kings and 100 exalted immortals can't stop this power. How is he going to protect us?" Oli shook his head. Furthermore, these white-winged creatures are most likely more powerful than this. How is Enlin going to be able to resist them? Ms. Yang Lingqian, even if you admire and worship Enlin, please be a little more rational. At this moment, the river god interjected. In any case, having more power is always a good thing. After we break out of this encirclement, we can find Enlin and learn more about this world. Let's break out of this encirclement first. Yan Ji immediately suggested as more and more white-winged creatures bombarded the formation. Thus, all of the exalted immortals controlled the 100 Immortals formation and quickly flew toward the north. This formation was indeed very powerful. There were 6 immortal kings among the enemies, but none of them were able to break through the 100 Immortals formation. All they could do was put pressure on them and delay their escape. Right at this moment, a voice sounded from the sky. This voice was as majestic as the might of a heavenly god, and just this voice alone struck fear into the hearts of all the immortals. You've all arrived at the central heavenly gate. Do you still want to escape? All of you stay here. Chapter 2026. What's that sound? The river god's expression shifted drastically as he looked up into the sky. The sky had already turned into a vast expanse of platinum. Platinum energy swept through the sky, accompanied by unimaginably scorching heat, as if it could vaporize everything in this world. Then a platinum figure slowly descended from the sky and looked down at the immortals who were running away. Terrifying might pour down upon them, making it difficult for the immortals to even breathe. Expressions of confusion and horror appeared on the faces of the immortals who had just arrived from the divine source continent. What kind of enemy was this? How could there be such a terrifying being? Just from its aura alone, they could tell that this being was far more powerful than the white-winged immortal king stage living being from before. This time, even the river god, Yanji, and Wang Qin wore expressions of horror on their faces. They were extremely powerful, so they could sense just how terrifying this being was. It was as if they were facing the heavens, as if the entire sky, the entire world was trying to kill them. This being was so paramount, and its divine might was boundless. Just what kind of powerful being have we provoked? The river god's voice was already trembling slightly. Wang Qin, who had been eager to fight a powerful being, was now gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, not daring to draw his sword. He had never felt such pressure and terror before. He felt as minuscule as an ant on the ground. "Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. Can we talk this out?" Yan Ji forced a smile onto her face as she addressed the being respectfully. Ever since she had become an immortal king and dominated the entire divine source continent, how long had it been since she had felt this lowly? However, the high and mighty being looked down upon the immortals with an indifferent expression and did not give them any response. It only continued to draw closer and closer as the divine halo above its head became more and more dazzling. Is he a god? Sher Zhen's face paled. The other exalted immortals were also extremely shocked. They had thought that the immortal king stage was the highest cultivation base, but after seeing this god, they realized that it was on a completely different level. So this world was actually this high. What was most unfortunate was that they hadn't even done anything, yet they were going to be surrounded and killed by such a terrifying god. They had thought that they would represent the divine source continent to conquer another world, but it looked like that idea was nothing more than a joke. Rip! The platinum-colored, godly spirit tore through the void and quickly rushed to the front of the 100 immortal array. The divine light on its head shone brightly as it punched down viciously. Bam! The fist collided with the formation. An unimaginably terrifying power poured down. Countless cracks instantly appeared on the great formation that was jointly deployed by over 100 ascendant immortals and 3 immortal kings. The immortals inside the formation coughed up blood due to the backlash. At the same time, an extremely scorching heat began to surge from his fist, making the immortals feel as if they had been plunged into a fiery hell. The immortals were on the verge of despair. Just one move from their opponent had destroyed their strongest trump card, their final trump card. What kind of terrifying power was this? Black and white renegade immortal, heavenly cycle reincarnation. River god roared. Inside the black and white formation, a huge amount of energy suddenly circulated. The fiery fist power of the god spirit circulated inside the formation and actually struck back at his own body. The divinity was forced back a few steps by the reversal power of the formation. "Run!" the river god roared. All of the immortals immediately continued to flee into the distance. They fled very quickly, but the god spirit was even faster. The god spirit soon arrived in the air above the formation, and a palm imbued with white golden heat radiated from it, causing the space within a radius of several hundred kilometers to twist and warp as it crashed down mercilessly upon the formation. Heavenly god technique, high energy falling palm. A massive white golden palm fell from the sky, and all of the immortals were struck by a sense of despair, as if they had nowhere to hide. The massive palm was imbued with unimaginably high temperatures that could melt all paramount laws, and the surface of the formation was completely melted. Countless immortals were sent flying like birds with broken wings, and they all threw up blood as they plummeted into the ocean. A dozen or so unlucky immortals were directly reduced to wisps of smoke by the unimaginably high temperatures. Yang Lingqian was also struck by the backlash of the formation shattering, and she threw up blood as she plummeted into the ocean. The white nectar sea then suddenly became a sea of boiling oil, and many immortals wailed in anguish as they flew out of the ocean. However, a heavenly god appeared in the sky, and he was also exuding terrifyingly high temperatures. This was truly terrifying. All of the immortals looked up at the mighty, godlike figure, and despair began to spread. Their 100 immortal formation had been destroyed. What else could they rely on? "Senior, we came from the divine source continent. If you don't welcome us, we'll go back right now." The river god looked up at the mighty divinity. All of the other exalted immortals were struck by a sense of despair upon hearing this. They had come here in high spirits, but they were going to have to flee back to their original world before they even had a chance to properly explore this world. Just how terrifying was this world? All of the exalted immortals were extremely depressed, but they didn't say anything. They knew that it was already good enough that they could survive in this situation. So why would they care so much about their pride? The divinity in the sky looked down at the immortals below before suddenly chuckling. The divine source continent? Oh, right. All of the humans there deserve to die as well. Don't worry, they'll all die with you soon. The river god's eyes widened. He clearly didn't expect the divinity to still be so resolute and determined to kill them even after his words. At this moment, the 6 Dabai-winged immortal kings and millions of white-winged tribe powerful beings all surrounded them, creating a massive encirclement that struck despair into the hearts of all of the immortals. All of the immortals fell into despair. They all turned to look at the 3 immortal kings, only to find that even the immortal kings were completely helpless. At this moment, Yang Lingqian seemed to have thought of something, and she yelled at the divinity with an expression of desperation. "Senior, do you know Enlin? Our 4-9 immortal palace is his subordinate force." Everyone's expression shifted upon hearing this. That's right, if Enlin was acquainted with this terrifying force, then perhaps there would be a chance for them to interact with him. They all looked up at the divinity with a final glimmer of hope in their eyes. However, the divinity's indifferent expression suddenly stiffened, and even its paramount aura seemed to have weakened slightly. All of the white wing, tribe, powerful beings around them began to stir restlessly. All of the immortals' hearts jolted. Could it be that they had a chance? So it's Enlin's force. The divinity's indifferent expression was replaced by a hint of cruelty and insanity. That's great. I can kill to my heart's content now. All of the other white wing tribe powerful beings were already pouncing toward the mortals in a frenzy. Charge! Kill everyone from the 4-9 immortal palace. Ha ha ha. In contrast to their previous aloof and indifferent demeanor, almost all of the white wing tribe powerful beings had become extremely worked up, and they wanted to kill these immortals even more than before. All of the immortals were dumbstruck. What the F asterisk CK? Yelling out and Lin's name did have an effect, but it had the opposite F asterisk king effect. Yang Lingqian's features were deathly pale, and the final straw in her heart finally fell as she looked at the sea of enemies charging toward her. Chapter 2027. The exalted immortals were in despair. He couldn't block it at all. They were all going to die here. Yang Lingqian, it's all your fault. Why did you bring up Enlin for no reason? Ouyang Tai gritted his teeth. That's right. Their killing intent has become even more intense. If we didn't mention that person, our chances of breaking out of the encirclement would be much higher. Shi Zhen also complained with hatred. Yang Lingqian couldn't even be bothered to retort. What was the point of saying all this now? The auras of the 3 celestial kings skyrocketed, and they wanted to fight to the death. The river god plunged his golden trident into the sea. 10,000 waves. The white nectar sea surged violently as gargantuan waves of over 100,000 feet tall surged violently toward the gods in the sky. Great bright sun fire! Yan Ji bit down on her lower lip and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which fused into the fireball in her hand. The crimson fireball suddenly began to expand at a rapid rate, and the scorching power emanating from it seemed to be able to incinerate everything in this world. Wang Qin instantly unsheathed his sword, and a white ray of light split the sky and water. In an instant, it landed on the body of the immortal. The sword was even faster than lightning. God flickering slash. The immortal kings used their trump cards at the same time. All of the exalted immortals also began to retaliate with all their might, unleashing spell techniques in a frenzy toward the army of white-winged beings. Even Yang Lingqian was no exception. The scene became a little tragic. However, their desperate resistance was futile in the eyes of the power before them. The golden-white divine being slashed through Wang Chen's blink god slash with a single hand. He then extended a finger, and a gargantuan wave hundreds of thousands of feet in length was frozen solid by an incomprehensibly low temperature. He then opened his mouth to blow away Yen Ji's great bright young fireball, as if all of the heat from before had been fake. Then it slapped the 3 celestial kings, who had been beaten silly. The immortal kings were all slapped so hard that they vomited blood and fell into the sea. Decisive, and ruthless. This was the true power of a god. This was the nightmare of hundreds of return to void stage exalted immortals. It's time to end this. The god in the sky gripped the air with one hand, and the air in the sky began to surge, turning into an extremely scorching platinum color. If the whitish golden light were to descend from the sky, it would instantly burn these ascendant immortals to death. Am I really going to die like this? I haven't even seen you yet. Yang Lingqian looked up at the terrifying energy in the sky with a bitter and aggrieved expression. She had come here full of hope. She had been thinking about what she should say to that man when they met, how she should behave, and how she should describe the changes that had taken place on the divine source continent over the past 100 years. Who would have thought that she would be killed before they even met? Oh, who do you want to meet? Me. A warm and gentle voice suddenly rang out. Yang Lingqian felt like this voice was very familiar. She then seemed to have thought of something, and her body shuddered. She turned toward the front, upon which she was instantly rooted to the spot. A white robe occupied all of her vision. The entire world seemed to have quietened down at this moment. This back view was too familiar, so familiar that she couldn't help but exclaim, "And Lin!" All the immortals were dumbfounded by his words. They had all discovered the figure that had suddenly appeared. When he turned around, his handsome and elegant features, his ethereal figure, and his indistinct aura were extremely similar to that of the man who had fought that earth-shattering battle. All the immortals thought that they had already forgotten about this legend. However, in the instant that they saw in Lin, they discovered that this man's back view had been engraved into their hearts. "And Lin, it really is you." Tears welled up in Yang Lingqian's eyes. "I suddenly sensed the fluctuations from the bracelet I gave you. So I followed the fluctuations and rushed over. I didn't think that you would have come to the Tai Chu continent from the divine source continent." And Lin cocked his head to the side with a smile. Yang Lingqian pursed her lips upon hearing this, and her heart was filled with a warm feeling. The river god flew out from the ocean, and he was also a little dazed upon seeing this. "It really is you and Lin. You really did appear." All the other immortals were also extremely astonished. "I'm not dreaming, right? It really is him? That's great. Immortal King and Lin has returned. But even if he does come, he'll only be throwing his life away. Can an immortal king really change the outcome of this battle? How badly have our 3 immortal kings been suppressed? Sher Zhen didn't have any hope in Lin's return. That's not necessarily the case, and Lin's combat prowess is indeed inferior to Wang Chen and the others. But if Lin can befriend other powerful beings of this world, perhaps we'll have a chance to turn the tables." Oh, Lulu was looking forward to Lin's return. And Lin's appearance attracted the attention of all the immortals. They clearly viewed Lin as their last hope, even though this hope was very slim. Just as everyone thought that Lin was going to bring out some friend or backer to save face, the white-robed man didn't do anything. Instead, he stood silently on the spot. In contrast, all the white-winged creatures tacitly stopped their attacks and looked at Lin as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In the sky, the aura of the godlike, terrifying existence suddenly stagnated, and that indifferent and arrogant look completely disappeared. What replaced it was a solemn expression, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. "And Lin, what are you doing here?" The white-robed man smiled faintly. "I've come to pick them up. Do you know where this place is?" The godlike roar of the heavens sounded like the roar of the heavens. "Ha ha ha." And Lin laughed. Have you forgotten how you were beaten like a dog by me? Why don't you get lost? All the immortals were dumbfounded. Did Enlil not want his life anymore? How dare he challenge such a great existence? Shirjan and the others looked anxious. They had thought that Enlil was here to save them, but they didn't expect him to come here to save them like this. Moreover, he even wanted to provoke the enemy. The next instant, rumble! An even more terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Enlin's body. Enlin's eyes suddenly turned a pure golden color, and golden ripples proliferated outward for over 500 kilometers. Super divine might technique. At this moment, all the immortals felt as if they were looking at a god standing proudly at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens. He was boundlessly mighty and indescribably mighty, and he could easily trample all things under his feet. His aura was far too terrifying. It was countless times more powerful than that of the gods in the sky. Even though this aura wasn't targeted at all the immortals, all of them were still struck by the urge to kneel down and worship him. This was an instinctive urge. In that instant, millions of heavenly human tribe living beings were all crushed into the ocean by this aura, and they crashed into the ocean like a torrential downpour. All the immortals were dumbstruck, and they forgot to think for a moment. In their eyes, even the 6 white-winged, powerful beings with combat prowess comparable to immortal kings were unable to withstand this invincible aura and began to fall into the ocean. The god in the sky trembled violently, but he didn't do anything. I've cleaned up the trash. Do you want to fight me now or piss off? And Lin clasped his hands behind his back as he looked up at the god in an indifferent voice. Regardless of whether it was the return to Void Stage Shirjan and the others, or the Tao Integration Stage Wang Chen and the others, all of them stared blankly at the scene unfolding before their eyes. The image of this white-robed man became more and more distinct, and it reminded them of the image of him standing proudly at the pinnacle of all immortals. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he was peerless and peerless. Chapter 2028. And Lin's robe was as white as snow, and he was facing off against an army of several million soldiers on his own. His aura was even more powerful than the nightmarish god in the sky above. How domineering was this scene? How proud was it? All of the return to Void Stage exalted immortals were completely unable to tear their eyes away. And Lin, the heavenly earth god, is nearby. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? The platinum god gritted its teeth, and Lin shrugged. Heavenly temperature god. There's no need to threaten me with the heavenly earth god. He won't start a war with me over this. That's right, this platinum god was none other than the heavenly temperature god that Lin had fought before. If it weren't for the heavenly earth god's intervention, he would have been able to escape from Lin's wrath. The heavenly temperature god's body shuddered violently, but it didn't dare to do anything. It really didn't dare to attack Enlil. All of the immortals could tell from the expression on the god's face that it was fearful of Enlil and didn't dare to attack Enlil. They gradually came to their senses and were extremely astonished by Enlil's power. They had thought that Enlil was going to bring out some kind of backer to keep Enlil in check, but they didn't think that the high and mighty god would bring out another powerful being to keep Enlil in check. Just how fearsome was this Enlil? Is he really the Enlil I know? Yan Shuqin murmured to herself as her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her eyes shimmered as she stared at Enlin's back. Just how powerful is Enlil? Wasn't he about as powerful as Feng Weiyao in the past? How did he become so powerful in such a short time? Shi Zhen was the most astonished one. Her face had been slapped swollen, and she was feeling extremely ashamed and incredulous as she thought back to all of the things that she had underestimated in Lin. However, this was the truth. No matter how surreal the immortals felt, everything that had just transpired indicated that the white-robed man was far more powerful than they had ever imagined. When immortal monarch Wang Qin thought about his desire to compete with Enlil, he felt extremely ashamed. If Enlil were to deal with him now, it wouldn't be much more difficult than crushing an ant, right? This could be deduced from the deity's expression. By the way, are you all members of the 4-9 Immortal Palace? And Lin suddenly turned around with a curious expression. When the immortals heard this, they were first stunned. Then they quickly nodded in agreement. Of course, we're all from the 4-9 Immortal Palace. Immortal King and Lin, we are all your underlings. In my heart, there is only one celestial king, and Lin. I will follow you forever. Oh, Lulu's gaze was even more sincere as he patted his chest and said. Yang Lingqian shot a cold glance at the immortal. Didn't you just say that Wang Chen and the others were more powerful than Lin, and that you were trying to instigate them to seize power? Oh, Lulu's legs immediately gave out from under him, and his face instantly turned ashen. He slapped himself a few times as if his mother had just died. I was spouting nonsense when I lost my mind. In my heart, only you and Lin are supreme. You have to believe me. All of the other exalted immortals also expressed their agreement. I have always been one of the 8 pavilion elders of the 4-9 immortal sect, and that will never change. The river god suddenly declared, I'm already Immortal King and Lin's woman. I'll do whatever you tell me to do, Immortal King and Lin. Yan Ji stroked her collarbone as she spoke in a seductive voice. Immortal King and Lin has always been my idol, Wang Chen said with a serious expression. These powerful beings from the divine source continent were all expressing their loyalty in fear that Enlin wouldn't take them with him. They didn't believe in Enlin and even looked down on Enlin in the past, but now they were even more loyal. And Lin was very pleased with their reactions. Sure enough, they were still the same as they were on the divine source continent. Cultivators would lick the boots of powerful beings that were more powerful than them. This was still the same. Listen up, I'll be taking care of these people. If there are no objections, I'll be taking them with me. And Lin looked up at the gods in the sky and pointed at the mighty figures behind him. The heavenly temperature, God's expression, was terrifyingly dark, but he didn't dare to say anything. Follow me. And Lin turned to Yang Lingqian and the others. Immediately afterward, a huge black brick appeared beneath his feet, and he stood firmly on it before flying into the distance. All of the exalted immortals were ecstatic as they hurriedly followed behind Enlin. At this moment, they saw the white-robed man flying atop the strange black brick, and all of them felt like this ordinary-looking black brick was extremely mysterious and subdued. As for the white robe on the black brick, it was so dazzling that they couldn't look away. As Enlin flew away, the heavenly temperature god could only glare at Enlin, but he didn't dare to attack. As for the rest of the heavenly human tribe, some of them had already sunk to the bottom of the ocean, while others had floated up to the surface and feigned unconsciousness. None of them dared to attack Enlin, and Lin was now a being that struck fear into the hearts of the entire heavenly human tribe. After over 100 years, Immortal King Enlin has become even more charismatic. Yan Ji sighed with emotion as she looked at the man flying atop his brick. You're so lucky, Yang Lingqian. I can tell that Enlin treats you the best among all the cultivators on the entire divine source continent. You have to work hard, Yan Shuqin said with a dainty smile. Yang Lingqian blushed upon hearing this, and she tugged at her sleeves with her slender hands as her head drooped involuntarily, as if she were a shy young woman. Shi Zhen looked at Yang Lingqian with a hint of envy and jealousy. She had initially looked down on Yang Lingqian for relying on Enlin to climb to the top. However, she suddenly realized just how glorious it was to be able to rely on Enlin. Other people couldn't even get close to Enlin even if they wanted to. Just look at how all of the immortal kings were fawning over him. If it weren't for the fact that the bracelet Enlin had given to Yang Lingqian was connected to their vital energy, they would most likely have perished in the White Nectar Sea already. Yang Lingqian had a lot to do with their survival. Big sister Lingqian, it was all my fault. I'm really sorry. Shi Zhen flew toward Yang Lingqian with an apologetic expression on her face. She wanted to improve her relationship with Yang Lingqian. However, Yang Lingqian merely smiled lightly and didn't say anything. It was clear that she couldn't even be bothered to exchange pleasantries. This made Shirjan's expression even more dejected and regretful. All of the immortals were still in a daze. They had traveled across 2 realms with lofty aspirations and wanted to display their prowess in the new world. However, they didn't think that they would almost be wiped out in less than 2 hours. In the end, it was a mortal king in Lin, whose status in their hearts had dropped significantly, who appeared and saved their lives. They became lackeys again and followed in Lin obediently. How ironic and laughable was this! After a while, all of the immortals finally saw land. It was different from the immortal realm that they had imagined. Instead, they were greeted by the sight of a vast expanse of desolation and devastation. There were also countless corpses that hadn't been cleaned up yet. This is the battlefield against the white-winged human tribe? Wang Chen's expression shifted as he saw the corpses of many living beings that they had encountered before. All of the immortals were shocked by this sight. There were all types of strange corpses here. Some were dual-winged lizard dragons. Some were white-winged human tribe. Some were white-winged heavenly human tribe. Some were true demon tribe beings with 2 horns on their heads and bat wings on their backs. Some were holy martial clan beings with pristine white bodies. And there were also all sorts of strange corpses from the creation realm. The battle had already caused mountains and rivers to crumble and the earth to crack open. All that greeted their eyes was desolation and deathly stillness. Only the remnants of energy that struck fear into their hearts told of the earth-shattering battle that had just taken place. What kind of battle was this? Just looking at the wreckage of the battlefield gave them a sense of devastation. All of the immortals were suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. They definitely couldn't participate in a battle like this. They had only come here to travel and broaden their horizons. They didn't want to fight and dominate. Right at this moment, and Lin, who had been leading the way this entire time, suddenly said, "We've arrived at our destination." All of the immortals looked up to discover an extremely majestic city. It was like a massive beast lying dormant on the earth, and its majesty and grandeur struck them with awe and admiration. There was a yellow bronze plaque on the gate, upon which were inscribed 4 ancient words. Yutong Divine City, Chapter 2029. What a majestic city! Yang Lingqian couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the sight of the city. She looked at the towering city walls and could sense the massive spell formation, as well as the powerful living beings guarding the city walls. She could immediately sense just how extraordinary this city was. It was also at this moment that an extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended. Scorching, Nan-li holy flames lit up the entire sky, and an indescribably regal divine bird descended from the sky outside the city gates. All of the immortals could sense its holiness and power upon seeing it. "That's a vermilion bird!" the river god exclaimed. He had seen such a creature in ancient totems, but he didn't think that he would encounter one in the real world as well. This was none other than the vermilion bird, Nan-li. All of the exalted immortals were astonished by the sight of the vermilion bird, Nan-li. This was a legendary being. Just the aura it exuded was something that they couldn't afford to mess with. However, before they had a chance to recover, a few more streaks of light descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A series of proud and regal figures appeared above the city gates. All of them exuded boundless energy, and they were as proud as holy spirits from the heavens. They were clearly looking down on you, but all of the immortals felt like this was the way they should be. All of the immortals on the divine source continent stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. There were a total of 9 vermilion birds before them. Furthermore, they could sense that all 9 of these vermilion birds were exuding immortal king stage energy, fluctuations. Wang Qin, the river god, and Yanji were all astonished. They discovered that the vermilion birds before them were far more powerful than they were. They had thought that they would also be very bad *SS in this world. However, not long after that, another 9 mythological beasts that were even more powerful than them had appeared. All of the immortals were a little numb from shock. Ever since they had come to this world, They had seen far too many bizarre things. Even the last shred of confidence they had was maintained by the three immortal kings. A thought appeared in everyone's mind. Could it be that these mythological beasts were all here to welcome Enlil? Right at this moment, Vermilion Bird Nan suddenly lowered its regal head. Only then did everyone discover that there was a woman in a jade dress standing on its head. It was impossible to describe what kind of woman she was. Wang Chen and the others could be considered to have seen all sorts of peerless beauties in the world. But when they saw this woman, all the peerless beauties they had seen before seemed so insignificant. The ethereal and otherworldly bearing of a celestial being, elegant and graceful like a green lotus that stood aloof from the world, a flawless and elegant appearance and a warm and moving smile at this moment, the world seemed to give way to this woman. The azure-clothed woman stood on the noble and powerful Vermilion Bird's body, but she couldn't find anything out of place about it. Everyone had the same feeling that if there was anyone in the world who could make this group of extremely arrogant divine beasts surrender, it would definitely be this woman in front of them. And Lin, are these the comrades from the divine source continent you were talking about? After the green-clothed woman saw Lin, she immediately jumped off the Vermilion Bird and trotted over to hold Lin's arm. The holy and ethereal temperament disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a playful, clingy girl like next door. She said, charmingly, "That's right, they're all members of the 4-9 Immortal Palace, so they're all on our side." And Lin smiled. All of the immortals' hearts jolted upon seeing this. Even an idiot could tell that the relationship between this azure-robed woman and Enlil wasn't ordinary. Just how badass was this Enlil to be able to win over such a transcendent, holy maiden? "Hello, my name is Su Xiaolan, and I'm also known as the Divine Phoenix Maiden." Su Xiaolan extended a warm greeting to everyone. All of the immortals were extremely flattered, and they all extended greetings as well. Su Xiaolan appeared to be like a transcendent goddess, but after interacting with her for real, they discovered that she was extremely sincere, and even her smile was imbued with the power to warm people's hearts. Not only did this not lower her status, but it instead made all of the immortals even more impressed and revered her. As for some of the female cultivators who thought they were beautiful and wanted to befriend Enlil, all of them were feeling a little inferior now. Even Yan Ji had to admit that the woman before her was more beautiful than she was. Not only was she beautiful on the outside, but she also possessed an indescribable disposition. However, Yan Ji wasn't looking down on herself. Even though she couldn't compare in terms of looks, she felt like this woman was no match for her in terms of seduction. Yang Lingqian was a little disappointed, but she quickly got over it. She liked and admired Enlil, but she also knew that only this woman was worthy of Enlil. After some brief introductions, Enlil and Su Xiaolan led all of the immortals from the divine source continent into Yutong City, showing them around, eating, and having fun. In Yutong Divine City, they saw the playful Lightwing clan, the combative Holy Martial clan, the elegant Buddhist human tribe, and the outspoken True Demon tribe. This was a very mystical city, and it was an eye-opener for all of the immortals. All of the exalted immortals who had just been dealt a heavy blow finally found their confidence in this city. They discovered that their cultivation bases were still enough to crush the vast majority of living beings. To be honest, when they had first arrived here, they had been dealt a crushing blow by Enlil and the others, and they had even thought of themselves as lowly beings. They thought that everyone in this world was powerful and that they would instantly be reduced to trash after ascending from the divine source continent. What kind of devastating outcome would that be? Thankfully, this was all a misconception. The powerful beings of this world weren't the powerful beings of this world. Instead, it was Enlil. Enlil enjoyed an extremely lofty status in Yutong City, and everyone greeted him with respectful expressions. Of course, there were also some familiar faces who would come over to chat with him. Enlil led them around while introducing the races and powers of the Tai Chu continent to them. All of the immortals felt like their horizons had been broadened. So there were so many races in this world. So there were so many top-rate powers. So the Immortal King stage in their world was equivalent to the Tao integration stage in this world. Above the Tao integration stage, there was the God of Creation stage. All of the immortals felt like their horizons had been broadened, and they were very glad that they had chosen to come to this world. A broader stage and a higher Tao path was what they should be pursuing. The Tai Chu continent was very suitable for them to develop in. When they learned that the 4-9 Immortal sect was the #1 human sect in this world, they were struck by a sense of pride and belonging. They were from the 4-9 Immortal Palace of the Divine Source continent. So to put it more accurately, they were part of the 4-9 Immortal sect. With the name of the 4-9 Immortal sect, they would be able to live in this world with their heads held high. So not only is Enlin the #1 immortal on the Divine Source continent, he's also the #1 immortal on the entire Tai Chu continent. A female exalted immortal's eyes were filled with admiration and reverence. For such a man, even if I just watch him quietly like this, I'm still exceptionally happy. Another female exalted immortal was already unable to repress her infatuation, and she stared intently at Enlin. I wonder if he accepts concubines, a cold and aloof female exalted immortal suddenly said. I wonder if he likes men. A male exalted immortal also had a scorching light in his eyes. The Divine Source continent's culture of reverence for the strong was deeply ingrained in their bones. A man like this was a lethal poison to all cultivators, and they were completely unable to quit. Chapter 2030. The immortals of the 4-9 Immortal Palace toured around Yutong City and met many powerful beings. In the end, everyone gathered together, including all of the return to Void Stage powerful beings of Yutong City. The battling Buddha, Michael, Yun Menjing, and the other powerful beings who struck fear into the hearts of the 3 immortal kings were also sitting off to the side with solemn expressions. All of the immortals of the Divine Source continent knew that Enlin definitely had something important to say. All of you have a general understanding of the major powers of the Tai Chu continent now, so I'm sure all of you are quite curious about the battlefield outside the city, right? Enlin asked. All of the immortals nodded in unison with curiosity in their eyes. They weren't idiots, and they could roughly understand why the white-winged living beings hated them so much. In this world, the human race and the white-winged living beings were definitely enemies, and the white-winged living beings had most likely mistaken them for humans of this world. The enemies I'm facing are extremely powerful, so I have to explain everything to all of you. As for whether you want to stay or leave, that will be up to you, Enlin said. Sir Grandmaster, what are you talking about? Your enemy is our enemy as well. Wang Qin, who had always been arrogant, was the first to voice his opinion. That's right, we are also members of the 4-9 Immortal sect. No matter who our enemies are, we have to fight them and clear away all obstacles in our way so that we can forge a new era of glory for the 4-9 Immortal sect. The river god spoke without any hesitation. All of the immortals also expressed their willingness to fight alongside the 4-9 Immortal sect. They would be idiots if they didn't latch onto such a powerful ally. The 4-9 Immortal sect was extremely bad *SS, and all of them wanted to join the sect. If they were hesitant and didn't dare to fight their enemies, even they would be ashamed of themselves. And Lin was very pleased to hear these resolute and decisive responses. He began to explain the current situation to everyone. The living beings with pure white skin, pure golden eyes, and white wings on their backs are the heavenly human tribe, and Lin began to give a detailed explanation of the enemies, including the powers that were allied with them. He told them about the heavenly gates, the divine heaven stage, the heavenly gods, the flaws in the heavenly Tao, as well as the heaven-crushing sect and the heaven-mending sect. When they found out that their opponent was heaven, they didn't feel good. The corners of their mouths twitched uncontrollably when they found out that a paramount heavenly god was even more powerful than Enlin. The power of the highest authority, the power to destroy the heavenly Tao, exterminate the human race, and bathe the continent in blood? One terrifying word after another appeared in the meeting, bringing an indescribable impact to the comrades from the divine source continent. They had initially thought that their enemy would be on par with Enlil. After all, Enlil had been so domineering that even the heavenly temperature, God's backer, didn't have to step in. The enemy was about as powerful as the 4-9 Immortal sect, so the 4-9 Immortal Palace Immortals could still play a very important role on the battlefield. However, what they didn't expect was that their enemies included the 5 paramount beings, a large number of heavenly gods, and countless celestial humans and their subsidiary forces. The 4-9 Immortal Palace would only be able to stir up a small ripple in this war. It would be a fool's errand to think that they could become the main force in this war. After all, this was a war that involved gods of creation and the entire Tai Chu continent. Oh, Lulu and the others really wanted to yell at the top of their lungs. They were peace-loving people, and they had only come to the Tai Chu continent for vacation. They really didn't want to participate in this war. Many of the immortals wanted to slap themselves in the face. Were they trying to F*King get themselves killed? This had already exceeded the scope of a normal battle. This was a battle against the heavens. This was a battle where several dozen return to void stage mighty figures could easily die. Wasn't the 4-9 Immortal sect's headquarters the one that had rocked the entire kingdom of the 9 states recently? They had slain over 100 exalted immortals, over 30 immortal kings, and a heavenly god. This sounded like a dream to everyone. However, if their enemies could die like this, then their allies could also die like this. The 4-9 Immortal Palace appeared to be one of the most powerful forces on the entire Tai Chu continent, but perhaps they would be completely wiped out in the next battle. And Lin talked about the enemies for a full 2 hours before turning to all of the exalted immortals. All of you have a good understanding of the enemies. There are at least 2 more heavenly gods who forced you into a corner, and there are 5 more enemies who are even more powerful than that heavenly gods. Do you still want to follow me? All of the immortals' expressions became very interesting. Some of them wanted to force a smile onto their faces, but they discovered that they were unable to do so. They had thought that they would be able to make a name for themselves in this new world, only to be embroiled in a war that was destined to topple the entire world. I can't make this decision on behalf of everyone else. I can only represent myself. I am willing to follow sect leader Enlil, the river god said with a solemn expression. Murmurs erupted from all of the spectators upon hearing this. They didn't think that the river god would make a decision so quickly. One had to realize that this was an extremely perilous battle, and even immortal kings could fall at any moment. However, he still chose to stand with Enlil. Was this the first Tao integration stage being on the divine source continent this determined? I am also willing to follow Enlil. Yang Lingqian was the second to voice her opinion. She had planned to say this a long time ago, but she was afraid that it would be inappropriate for her to be the first to voice her opinion. Yan Ji stroked her chin as she spoke in a lazy and seductive voice. I'm already a member of the 4-9 Immortal sect, and I'll be a member of the 4-9 Immortal sect for the rest of my life. Sect leader Enlil, please don't abandon me. I'm determined to follow you. Su Xiaolan blinked upon hearing this, but she didn't say anything. I also want to fight against more powerful beings. The 4-9 Immortal sect is the best place for me to return to, Wang Chen said with determination and solemnity etched on his face. The statements of the 3 immortal kings played an extremely important role. All of the other exalted immortals had also made up their minds to follow Enlil to the bitter end. Of the 117 exalted immortals, only 9 expressed their desire to return to the divine source continent. The remaining 108 still chose to fight after realizing how powerful their enemies were. They weren't stupid, and they weren't following blindly. Just the heavenly human tribe's declaration that they were going to annihilate the entire human race made it clear to them that they had no choice but to fight. If they retreated, they would only delay their deaths by a few days. Only by fighting would they be able to find hope. As for the 9 exalted immortals who didn't want to fight, they were most likely going to leave the fight to Enlin and the others. Enlin merely smiled at them and didn't make things difficult for them. Next, I will have the heaven-crushing sect's heavenly disciple teach you the true intent of the heaven-crushing sect. I also hereby announce that the 108 Return to Void stage and 3 Tao Integration stage Mighty Figures are all official members of the 4-9 Immortal Sect's Divine Origin Pavilion. Chapter 2031. Within the Land of Eternal Light. Within the heaven-crushing, glazed palace, the ancient Dragon Empress held her voice transmission talisman with a complex expression on her face. She had just received another piece of explosive news. The 4-9 Immortal Sect had established the Divine Essence Pavilion, which consisted of 3 Tao Integration Stage Super Mighty Figures and 108 Return to Void Stage Super Mighty Figures. It was said to be the most powerful force on the entire Divine Source Continent. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely create a sensation across the entire continent. She was the first person to know about this. It wasn't that Enlin was taking special care of her, but that ** Starred wanted her to be his teacher again. Can't you find someone else? The ancient Dragon Empress was on the verge of tears. Battling Buddha, Yun Menjing, isn't Michael right next to you? They're only heavenly disciple candidates. They're not as powerful as you, the 4th heavenly disciple. Besides, I and Lin only admire you as a teacher. Look at how many outstanding students you've taught. You're the golden teacher of our heaven-crushing sect. And Lin's warm and obsequious voice made the ancient Dragon Empress body shudder. Don't mention those students to me. The ancient Dragon Empress repressed the urge to throw up blood. She thought back to her experiences with the students of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. The first time she was severely wounded, she had to recuperate at the 4-9 Immortal Sect. The second time she was severely wounded, she had to recuperate at the Land of Eternal Light. The third time she was severely wounded, she had to recuperate at the 4-9 Immortal Sect F***CK. Thinking about it, it seemed like teaching anyone from the 4-9 Immortal Sect would result in a bloody calamity. Why can't I mention those students? You've taught so many outstanding students. Setting aside everything else, Tina, Xiaohong, and the 6 Vermilion Bird Sages are all heavenly disciple candidates. Bai Ling, the Rabbit Maiden, and Su Xiaolan are all heavenly disciple candidates. Shouldn't you be super proud and smug that you've raised such a bad * group of students? This is all proof of your glory and the pinnacle of dragon life. And Lin spoke with elation and approval. Pinnacle of dragon life? Proof of my honor? Teaching a good disciple and beating an old master to death. How could this be called a proof of honor? The ancient Dragon Empress' lips twitched as she thought back to all of her past beatings, and she was suddenly struck speechless. She didn't want to be at the pinnacle of her life. However, it was undeniable that all of the members of the 4-9 Immortal Sect had terrifyingly high, heaven-crushing aptitudes. Just the 4-9 Immortal Sect alone was almost on par with the heaven-crushing sect. This would definitely be extremely beneficial to the heaven-crushing sect, and the ancient Dragon Empress couldn't really turn down this mission. Sigh. All right, I'll agree to your request. Where are you? I'll come to you in person. The ancient Dragon Empress hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing to Enlin's request. Teacher, ancient Dragon Empress, is the best. We'll be waiting for you in Yutong City. And Lin said happily. The ancient Dragon Empress ended the voice transmission talisman and heaved a forlorn sigh. She was instinctively averse to being referred to as a teacher. The mere mention of her teacher brought back memories of her time as a teacher at the 4-9 Immortal Sect. She recalled her time as a teacher at the 4-9 Immortal Sect and her tragic experience of being pummeled during the heaven-crushing true intent trial. Could it be that my biggest role as a heavenly disciple is to be a teacher? The woman blinked as she murmured to herself. Thinking about it from another perspective, it's not a bad thing that I've taught so many talents. If one of my students can also break the heavens and become a mighty figure of the heavenly Tao, that would be an even greater honor. Teacher of the heavenly Tao, the ancient Dragon Empress. A smile suddenly appeared on the ancient Dragon Empress' face. She felt like this was a good title, and her eyes lit up. With that in mind, the knot in her heart was finally resolved, and she began to make her way toward Yutong City. The land of eternal light was safe for the time being with the two heavenly disciples, Chin Chin and Cyril, guarding it. Yutong City. On the drill ground, over 100 immortals stood silently on the drill ground, waiting for their teacher. Whoosh! An inky black spatial rift appeared. Immediately afterward, a tall and slender beauty walked out. She had a pair of beautiful dragon horns, a pair of pitch-black eyes, and a pair of crimson eyes. She had a heroic appearance, and her long legs swayed as she walked. Under her tight imperial robes, her figure was graceful, and her bearing was indescribable. All of the immortals' eyes lit up, especially some of the male cultivators. And Lin had told them that he would send a teacher to teach them how to crush the heavens, but never would they have thought that it would be such an alluring, domineering teacher. The ancient Dragon Empress will be your teacher from now on. You have to listen to her and work hard to learn the heaven-crushing true intent. And Lin instructed. All of the immortals nodded in unison. With such a teacher to teach them, they had to do their best. Even if Lin didn't tell them to, they would still do their best. The ancient Dragon Empress was a little dazed at the sight of over 100 returned to Void Stage mighty figures, including 3 Tao Integration Stage mighty figures. So many students. The overall combat prowess of the 4-9 Immortal Sect had skyrocketed recently to the point where even she couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that this really was a sect blessed by the heavens? The heaven-crushing cultivation began. These immortals from the divine source continent had thought that a beautiful life of learning was about to begin. But who would have thought that it would be the start of a nightmare? The ancient Dragon Empress was already prepared to be beaten up by these people after they mastered this technique. In any case, every time she went to the 4-9 Immortal Sect to teach, she would always be beaten up. So how was she going to get rid of her negative emotions? Her method was actually quite simple. She was going to beat these students up before they mastered this technique. That's right. She was going to beat them up in advance. That's right. She was going to beat them up in advance. Wouldn't that make her feel a lot better? She really was a clever little dragon. Thus, a series of blood-curdling cries erupted from the drill ground. In order to learn heaven-crushing techniques, you must first sense the power of the heaven-crushing techniques. Stand still and obediently come over to receive a beating. Ah, it won't hurt. Endure it even if it hurts. Ah, please spare me. Teacher, ancient Dragon Empress. Don't run, O Luo. If you run away, you'll have to pay double the price. Wah, I'm going to die. Murder. A series of explosions and blood-curdling cries erupted from the drill ground. It was extremely lively. The learning atmosphere was extremely good, and Lin's heart was filled with elation as he looked on at everyone who was on the right track. He sat on a lounge chair off to the side of the drill ground, basking in the sun and sipping fruit juice as he watched the immortals get pummeled. He felt like this was a peaceful and carefree life. The ancient Dragon Empress really was doing her best. It was the right decision to invite her to teach the 4-9 Immortal Palace. Look at her. She was sweating profusely, and her fists were bright red from the beating. She was so hardworking, so dedicated, and she had a smile on her face. It was quite clear that she really loved her job. Once the lesson was over, he would definitely reward this good teacher who did everything himself. After a short while, and Lin discovered a good seedling. There was an extremely petite young woman who didn't cry or scream in the face of the ancient Dragon Empress' violent fists. Instead, she pursed her intricate lips and wore an extremely determined expression. There was a hint of yearning and scorching desire in her eyes, as if she was trying to glean something from the ancient Dragon Empress' iron fists. Chapter 2032. What's this petite girl's name again? Oh, that's right, her name is Hongling. Her Dao name is Little Hongling, and Lin had already memorized all of the information regarding the members of the Divine Essence Pavilion. As for why her Dao name was Little Hongling, that was because she was indeed very small, so she was given the name Little Hongling. That's right. Perhaps it was due to her reverse growth, but she looked like a little girl of 3 or 4 years old. She was wearing a delicate little red hat and a pink dress, revealing her white and slender calves. Her big black eyes seemed to be filled with tears, making her look especially lovable. Unfortunately, the ancient Dragon Empress didn't care for her. Bam, bam, bam. The ancient Dragon Empress landed 3 vicious punches on Little Hongling's face in a row. Her delicate face was bruised and swollen, and she even threw up blood. However, the little girl gritted her teeth and didn't cry or scream. Instead, she endured all of the heaven-crushing true intent attacks with a determined and unyielding expression, as if she really wanted to attain the true intent of heaven crushing through her fists. Can you feel my heaven-crushing power? The ancient Dragon Empress fists rained down on the adorable little girl's body, showing no mercy at all. Little Hongling threw up blood in the face of the relentless fists. I can feel it. Ha ha ha. Good. The ancient Dragon Empress chortled with approval. Bam, bam, bam. And Lin was dumbstruck as he looked on from afar. This kind of teaching method. Is it really okay? It was quite pleasing to watch the ancient Dragon Empress pummeling those burly men or those beautiful celestial maidens. But pummeling such a small child, even though she only looked so small, wasn't that a little too much? All of the exalted immortals who were being pummeled were also filled with praise and humiliation at how calm and collected little Hongling was. She's the one who managed to last the longest without begging for mercy, right? Not only that, but look at her expression. She's looking forward to it. My God, is this the legendary innate talent? All the heavenly immortals cried out in surprise. Even Wang Qin was ashamed. He had been begging for mercy in less than a quarter of an hour. He couldn't even compare to this 3 to 4-year-old girl. The ancient Dragon Empress pummeled little Hongling's soft body relentlessly, to the point where not a single part of her skin remained unscathed. However, little Hongling remained completely silent, and even the ancient Dragon Empress couldn't bear to beat her up. Why isn't this girl begging for mercy? Why was he still holding on? Just as she was about to take the initiative to stop, the eyes of the young woman before her suddenly lit up. I understand now. I can sense your spirit, your Tao realm true intent. Ah! Little Hongling shouted and stomped on the ground. His body turned into a pink afterimage as he struck out with his hand at the speed of lightning. His heaven, splitting true, will surged out. The terrifying energy seemed to want to destroy everything and break through this world. The ancient Dragon Empress was caught off guard, and her chest was struck by the palm. Even though she tried to defend herself with all her might, she was still unable to completely nullify the shock wave. Boom! Little Hongling sent the ancient Dragon Empress flying with a single palm. The ancient Dragon Empress flew back before tumbling to the ground. She clutched her chest with one hand, and her body was curled up into a ball. She gritted her teeth, and tears were about to flow from her eyes. Ow, 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 ow! Everyone instantly fell silent, and only the ancient Dragon Empress' cries of pain could be heard. Everyone was dumbstruck as they stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes with incredulity. Little Hongling, she actually wounded teacher, ancient Dragon Empress? My God, she's only an exalted immortal at the return to void pinnacle stage. I thought she was already bad, SS, after being beaten up for so long. Who would have thought that she would be able to retaliate and even succeed? She's the role model of our generation. Why do I feel a little exhilarated when I see the ancient Dragon Empress getting beaten up? All of the exalted immortals were sighing with emotion. Their hearts were filled with admiration as they looked at the young woman riddled with wounds. And Lin was even more astonished. He could sense that the heaven-crushing true intent unleashed by little Hongling was extremely pure. One had to realize that little Hongling had only been learning the heaven-crushing true intent for less than a day, and she was learning it while being beaten up. How could she have learned it so quickly? "Teacher, ancient dragon empress, are you all right?" Little Hongling ran toward the ancient dragon empress with an apologetic expression. She instantly understood something when she saw her hands clutching her chest, and she became even more nervous and guilty. I'll help you massage that." Oh, all of the immortals' eyes widened and their nostrils flared. "No need." The ancient dragon empress crawled up from the ground and straightened her clothes with a nonchalant expression. "I'm fine, I was just scared." "You did very well, little Hongling." A sweet smile appeared on little Hongling's face upon receiving her teacher's praise. The ancient dragon empress was extremely depressed. She had initially thought that she would be able to use this lesson to bash her students, but she was still injured. Furthermore, her chest was injured. Was this fate? Was she destined to be injured at the 4-9 Immortal sect? The Dragon Empress still maintained her transcendent and dignified demeanor after a brief moment of discomfort. Everyone must learn from little Hongling and improve through the process of being beaten up. Everyone was excited to hear this, and they all expressed their support. Just like that, the training continued. However, for some reason, all of the exalted immortals felt like the ancient Dragon Empress fists were getting heavier, and her heaven-crushing true intent was becoming more pronounced. Each and every punch was excruciatingly painful, and blood-curdling wails reverberated throughout the drill ground. This was going to be a long and painful cultivation. Little Hongling meditated off to the side, revising the heaven-crushing true intent she had just attained. Her flawless face was covered in bruises, and her pink dress was soaked with sweat. There were also injuries on her smooth, jade-like skin, but she didn't care in the slightest. There was a satisfied smile on her face. At this moment, a white-robed man made his way over to her and handed her a high-rank spirit pill. "Take this. It's very helpful for external injuries." Little Hongling faltered upon hearing this, and a blush instantly appeared on her face. Thank you." Her voice trembled as she accepted the spirit pill. She was extremely nervous, and her heart was racing. This man was Enlin, the man she admired the most. Who would have thought that Enlin would voluntarily give her a spirit pill? Little Hongling was extremely nervous, even more so than when the ancient Dragon Empress pummeled her. There are so many injured people here. So why is he giving me a spirit pill? Why is he so nice to me? Is he interested in me? Could it be that he likes this kind of style? The more Hongling thought about this, the redder her face became, just like a ripe apple. "Why are you still standing there?" "Eat the pill," Enlin said with a perplexed expression. Oh. Hongling hurriedly shoved the spirit pill into her mouth with an obedient expression. Enlin squatted down beside Hongling and looked at her adorable little girl. Little Hongling was extremely nervous under his gaze, and she didn't know where to look. Can you tell me about your experiences? I'm very curious about your past." Enlin smiled warmly. All of the beings who had attained an extremely deep understanding of the heaven-crushing Tao had gone through some peculiar experiences. Enlin discovered that these experiences were able to provide him with some inspiration, thereby allowing him to attain a deeper understanding of the heaven-crushing Tao. Little Hongling faltered initially before her body trembled slightly. "Sect leader Enlin really is interested in me. What should I do? Should I accept or reject him? The Divine Phoenix Maiden is very powerful, but I can't beat her." Little Hongling's heart was in a mess, and her face became flushed as even her breathing became a little erratic. Enlin thought that she had recalled some unpleasant memories upon seeing her like this, and he tried to console her. Finally, in her extremely nervous and emotional state, Hong Ling began to recount her past. Chapter 2033. I was born in an ordinary family. My father was the emperor of the drifting cloud nation, and my mother was an ordinary concubine. When I was 3 years old, the elders of the palace measured my cultivation potential and found that I had no cultivation potential. Little Hong Ling looked up at the sky with her big watery eyes and said slowly, I was supposed to be an ordinary princess who grew up in an ordinary way. When I was of the right age, I would get married and live an ordinary life. But something terrible happened. Little Hong Ling hugged his shoulders with his fair and tender arms and said slowly, There's a mutation in my body. I won't grow up. I've been maintaining the appearance of a 3 or 4-year-old. And Lin looked at little Hong Ling's cute and petite appearance and asked curiously, Why did this happen? Little Hong Ling shook her head lightly. I don't know. My father asked many experts, and they all checked on me, but they didn't know why my body became like this. I can't cultivate, and if my body stays like this, I won't even have the chance to be an ordinary person. That was indeed the case. My relatives' children laughed at me, and my friends saw me as a freak. They bullied me and kept their distance from me. Even the adults didn't treat me well. My childhood was dark, and there was no happiness at all. Not long after, Drifting Cloud Nation was plagued by disasters. Some masters who were successful in cultivation even said that I was the source of the disasters in Drifting Cloud Nation. They said that it was because of me that the fate of the nation gradually dissipated, and they saw me as the scourge of the nation. Countless people wanted me dead, and they thought that everything would become better if I died. My father couldn't withstand the pressure from the officials and cultivators and exiled me. Some people applauded me, and some even thought of ways to kill me. I was only 18 that year, and Lin was stunned. He didn't expect this cute girl to have such a tragic life. At that time, my parents didn't want me, my relatives humiliated me, my friends kept their distance from me, and the world hated me. It was as if my existence in this world was a mistake, a cancer, and all this was because I couldn't grow up. Haha, what a joke! At such a young age, I had tasted the warmth and coldness of the world. I knew the reason for all this, little Hong Ling said calmly. What is it? And Lin asked curiously. Little Hong Ling stretched out her fair finger and pointed to the sky. It's the damned god. And Lin, I started cursing at the sky. This was the first time I've ever cursed a human. No, it's the heavens. I cursed the heavens for granting me a body that wouldn't grow up, cursed the heavens for being blind, cursed the heavens for messing with my fate, and cursed the heavens for doing all these evil things. As she spoke, little Hong Ling's face had already turned bright red. It was unknown whether it was due to her excitement or something else. Then something strange happened. I cursed the heavens and felt a warm current appear in my body. It was very comfortable. Just like that, the more I scolded, the more excited I became. I don't know how many times I scolded, but I just scolded and scolded until I felt good. I felt so comfortable for the whole day. And Lin's mouth gaped open as he listened to little Hong Ling's words. He didn't know what to say. Would cursing the heavens make you feel better? Look, is this even human speech? This was simply too inconceivable. However, he soon discovered that something even more bizarre had happened. Wasn't I exiled? Little Hong Ling continued. I was bullied by a lowly general at the border of the flowing cloud nation. He punched and kicked me, and he even said that it was because of me that the nation was embroiled in wars and that even his family was killed by the enemy nation. My notoriety was known throughout the entire nation, and I became the symbol of evil. They had long since gotten used to pushing the blame onto me, saying that everything was Hong Ling's fault. However, on that day, I chose to resist. I don't know if it was because I scolded the heavens yesterday that gave me the courage, or if it was for some other reason. But in any case, I chose to resist. Then, what shocked everyone was that my strength became extraordinarily great, and I could even sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Every move I made could affect a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That lowly general of the 8th stage Tao body was beaten into a pig's head with just a few punches from me. Everyone else was also stunned. They couldn't believe that the little girl who was so weak just a few days ago could suddenly beat their lowly general to the ground. This was such a strong visual impact that even I was stunned. I immediately took this opportunity to escape from the flowing cloud nation. I escaped from the place that brought me endless pain and nightmares. I escaped into a forest, and in order to confirm something, I continued to scold the heavens. Sure enough, every time I scolded the heavens, a warm current would appear in my body. When I woke up the next day, I discovered that my strength had increased again. Finally, I confirmed a fact, and that was that scolding the heavens could make one stronger. Little Hongling looked at the sky with a burning gaze, and Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked once again. He had seen countless strange people, but this was the first time he had seen someone who could become stronger by scolding the heavens. This level of strangeness could even crush all the strange existences he had seen in his life. Just like that, I began my cultivation journey of scolding the heavens. That was the happiest period of my life. It was as if I had a goal in my life. For the first time, I didn't feel like I was an orphan abandoned by the world. This method of becoming stronger has its flaws. The higher the cultivation base, the harder it is to improve. You have to change your ways of scolding the heavens. For example, scolding the heavens when the weather is terrible. For example, scolding the heavens when the breakfast is terrible. For example, scolding the heavens when the drought comes. For example, scolding the heavens when the entire family is massacred. And Lin's lips twitched uncontrollably. What kind of cultivation method was this? He really wanted to ask Hongling if she thought he was an idiot. However, looking at the serious expression on the little girl's face, he didn't think that she was lying. In that case, either he had gone crazy or the heavens had gone crazy. And Lin wanted to scold the heavens. The heavens were so unfair. Why could others cultivate like this? If Shui Zhantian obtained little Hongling's cultivation ability, wouldn't he become a true son? Was the heavens a masochist or something? Why would they bestow cultivation bases to others after being scolded? Just like that, I cultivated for 100 years through scolding the heavens. Then, I entered the return to void stage that countless cultivators yearned for, and I became the renowned, exalted, immortal Hongling. After a while, the imperial family of the Flowing Cloud Nation suddenly contacted me. They begged me to go back and save that nation that was about to be destroyed. It turned out that that nation had been invaded by 2 extremely ferocious return to void stage beasts. The nation was too weak to defend itself, and they had no choice but to ask me for help. A self-deprecating smile suddenly appeared on little Hongling's face. Don't you think it's funny? Back then, from the imperial family to the common people, everyone was scolding me. They all wanted me dead and viewed me as the god of plague. They exiled me for thousands of kilometers and tortured me. If I didn't obtain power, I would have died a long time ago. How could they have the cheek to ask me for help? Do they really think that I, Hongling, am a saint? Then what did you do? And Lin asked. Little Hongling pursed her lips and said in a low voice, I went to the Flowing Cloud Nation and slew those 2 returned to void stage beasts, and Lin fell silent. I slew 2 ferocious beasts, and the people of that nation all called me their savior. They called me the blessing of the nation, and some even knelt down and worshipped me. Little Hongling smiled. I stood in the imperial palace, and everyone liked me, respected me, and praised me. They all had smiles on their faces, and those smiles were sincere and not fake. Back then, they hated me, insulted me, tortured me, and chased me away just because I was too young to grow up. Now, I am still the same, but they are different. I can't tell what I was feeling at that time. I wasn't sad, nor was I happy. I just felt that it was ridiculous, as if something was blocking my heart. I didn't know what to do. Then I cursed the heavens in front of tens of thousands of people. Can you imagine the scene of me cursing the heavens in front of so many people? Their expressions were very interesting, as if my image had been subverted once again. However, I didn't care. Then I broke through on the spot, comprehended the divine Tao, and advanced to the return to void pinnacle stage. And Lin. Chapter 2034. And Lin felt like his experience was magical enough. But compared to little Hong Ling's experience, it was much more normal. Who would believe that she could comprehend the divine Tao when she cursed the heavens? Then, what divine Tao did you comprehend that day? And Lin repressed the urge to retort. My divine Tao. A troubled expression appeared on her face. You might not believe me, but my divine Tao is to grow, and Lin was perplexed. Grow. Just as he finished speaking, Hong Ling's body suddenly glowed with a brilliant light. Under the dazzling light, her body began to stretch. Her jet-black hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her short arms that were like lotus roots stretched out into slender jade arms, and her short legs became long and flawless legs that were like white jade, and Lin's mouth gaped open in shock. He stared blankly as the little girl before him transformed into a young woman of 18 in the blink of an eye. She wore a tight pink dress that outlined a beautiful curve, and her slender waist was like a willow in early spring. Her figure was lithe and graceful, but there was a hint of immaturity in it. Hong Ling looked at Lin, and her brows arched. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her lips were as red as a newborn cherry. There was a hint of shyness on her face, and she said in a soft voice, Sect leader Lin, do you see this? This is my power of the divine Tao. I can make myself grow, and Lin was astonished. I can sense your aura, but it doesn't seem to have changed. Do you have any special abilities? I don't have any special abilities. I just grow. Hong Ling blinked her bright eyes, and Lin's expression darkened. If you really want to grow, can't you transform yourself? I can use spell techniques on myself to change my size. It's different. I've grown up. I've grown up in my original state. This is my truest self. It's not a change. Hong Ling revealed a sweet and elegant smile and asked, Do I look good? And Lin nodded speechlessly. It does look good, but don't you think this power of the divine Tao is fake? It's true. Hong Ling pursed her lips. Growing up has always been my dream, and this power of the divine Tao has helped me realize my dream. All right, I'm going to go back now. This state is going to be very energy-consuming. With a shake of her body, she transformed back into the small and adorable Hong Ling, and Lin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. It didn't have any use at all, and it actually consumed a lot of energy. Why did this divine Tao sound even more fake? Little Hong Ling rested his elbows on his crossed legs and supported his cheeks as he continued. The people of Drifting Cloud Nation respected and loved me, but I still left Drifting Cloud Nation in the end. The sad thing is, after I comprehended the divine way, no matter how much I curse at the heavens, I can't feel my cultivation base increasing. At this moment, my path of cultivation has finally reached a bottleneck. And Lin complained in his heart, Your bottleneck is really slow. If the other cultivators heard her words, I wonder if they would be angered to death. I cursed at the heavens, changed my tone, changed my lines, and changed my posture, but nothing worked. At first, I thought that this was the end of my cultivation. After all, we are all at the return to void stage. Until one day when Feng Huia and the river god broke through to the immortal king stage, I finally realized that there really was a problem with my own cultivation. I want to improve myself through normal cultivation methods, but little Hong Ling hugged his head with both hands and said with a look of despair, I only know how to curse at the heavens. I don't know how to cultivate normally. What stage am I at now? How should I cultivate now? I have no clue at all. Everyone says that cultivation is the foundation, and I have to cultivate step by step before I know how to cultivate in the future. But I have no idea how I got here in the past. How am I supposed to continue on like this? Upon hearing this, and Lin's heart trembled, He caressed little Hong Ling's head and consoled her gently. It's all right, there's always a way out. I actually understand how you feel. No. How can an orthodox cultivator like you understand the frustrations and feelings of my messy cultivation method? Little Hong Ling shook his head in agony. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched slightly. Which part of me looks like an orthodox cultivator? Little Hong Ling continued. I tried to unravel the secrets of my body and cultivation. I had a feeling that as long as I unraveled the secrets, I would be able to improve my cultivation base. I began to seek help, but no matter who it was, they were all helpless in the face of my problem. I couldn't find a way out either until I saw you. Little Hong Ling suddenly turned to look at Lin. Her big, watery eyes were brimming with excitement as she said, White robe immortal king, in my heart, you're an omnipotent god. I really admire you. Can you help me? This. And Lin was slightly taken aback. He only wanted to understand why she had such a powerful aptitude, but he didn't want to help her solve her problem. However, as a member of the 4-9 Immortal sect, he couldn't just stand by and watch. All right, I'll examine you. And Lin nodded. Little Hong Ling stood up excitedly. That's great. How should I examine you? She lifted up her dress. Do I need to take off my clothes? Do I need to grow up? And Lin's skin crawled. No need. Please don't do weird things. Oh. Little Hong Ling nodded obediently. Then she looked at Lin expectantly. Give me your hand, and Lin said. Little Hong Ling immediately placed her tiny hand on Lin's palm, and Lin used his ability to examine her body. After a few minutes, he discovered that her body wasn't much different from a normal return to void stage cultivator's body. The only difference was that her body was a little smaller. However, he knew that Hong Ling was definitely not an ordinary person. Her aptitude was so high, and it probably had something to do with her cultivation of cursing the heavens. As for why she could cultivate cursing the heavens, and Lin furrowed his brows slightly and hesitated for a moment. Let's see if you can grow bigger. Oh. Little Hong Ling turned around and transformed back into a young girl. Then she placed her slender hand on Lin's palm obediently, and Lin finally sensed a trace of divine Tao fluctuation in the instant that little Hong Ling transformed. The fluctuation was very weak, and it disappeared in a flash. And Lin couldn't sense it at all. He could only say, Let's see if you can shrink. Oh. Little Hong Ling transformed back into a young girl. Then she tilted her head and looked at Lin. Let's see if you can grow bigger, and Lin ordered. Oh. Little Hong Ling nodded and transformed back into a young and adorable young girl. And Lin finally sensed that trace of divine Tao fluctuation, but it wasn't very obvious. Let's see if you can shrink, and Lin said. Little Hong Ling. Okay. Let's see if you can grow bigger, and Lin ordered. Little Hong Ling. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and grow. And Lin furrowed his brows. Little Hong Ling had no choice but to obediently grow bigger. This was the first time that she had heard of such a strange request. What was Lin trying to do? Could it be that he had some special fetish? Grow smaller. Grow bigger. Grow smaller. Grow bigger. And Lin continued to give orders, and Hong Ling continued to transform. This scene even attracted the attention of many exalted immortals. After all, this scene was a little strange. Hong Ling swore that this was the first time that she had used her divine Tao so frequently. This was the first time that she felt that growing up was so tiring. She was only relying on her admiration and trust for Lin to support herself. Finally, Lin stopped his devilish request. I finally sensed this weak divine Tao fluctuation. And Lin's eyes lit up. At the same time, there was a look of astonishment on his face. Although the fluctuation is weak, it is supreme and vast. It is as if it is the source of all things. This is the power of heaven. Chapter 2035. Hong Ling was astonished. The power of the heavens? Are you kidding me? She knew what the power of the heavens entailed. This was the power of the heavenly Tao. How could an ordinary return to void stage cultivator like her possess such a special power? There's no mistaking it. This is not the first time I've encountered this type of power. Who would have thought that your power would be like this? And Lin was also quite surprised. The heavenly human tribe could use the power of the heavens, but that was only because the heavenly Tao had given them hacks. From a cultivator perspective, only the celestial Darch could use the power of the heavens. The celestial Darch was only able to use the power of the heavens due to his extremely deep understanding of the heavenly Tao. So why was Hong Ling's divine Tao the power of the heavens? But isn't my divine Tao growing? It's still growing. Hong Ling was still struggling to accept this, and Lin was also stumped. This was completely out of his expectations. It was also at this moment that a black light suddenly flashed behind him, immediately following which a faint bodily fragrance wafted toward him. A petite little girl had already appeared beside him. The little girl wore a black dress and had long, black hair that reached her waist. She had inky black dead fish eyes and a round, chubby face. "Little Xia, why did you come out?" And Lin was a little excited. That's right, this super adorable little girl was none other than his sword spirit, Little Xia. Little Xia didn't say anything as she stared intently at Hong Ling with her dead fish eyes. Wow, so adorable. Hong Ling also raised her head to look at Little Xia with rippling eyes. She was very short, even shorter than Little Xia by a head, but she felt like Little Xia was more adorable than her, and a hint of desire welled up in her heart. "Sect leader in Lin, is this your sword spirit? Can you let me touch her?" Hong Ling looked at Little Xia's face and couldn't control her own hands. Such a chubby face would definitely be very easy to touch. "Piss off," Little Xia spoke in a cold voice. "You still haven't told me why you suddenly came out. Did you miss me?" And Lin had already drawn Little Xia's soft body into his arms before kneading her face as if he were kneading dough. This feeling, this smooth, soft feeling, it was so exciting. "Let me go." "No." Rip. The evil-slaying sword suddenly plunged viciously into Lin's waist, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. "Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Are you going to let go of me?" Let's go, let's go. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I really miss you." And Lin chuckled apologetically and reluctantly let go of his hands. Little Hong Ling's eyes widened. And Lin, who had always been tall and mighty like a god of war, was actually injured? This sword spirit was not simple. "I revealed my true form because of you." Little Xia pointed at Little Hong Ling and said in a childish voice, "I know what you are." And Lin's interest was immediately piqued. "What is she?" "Blessed by the heavenly Tao," Little Xia replied in an indifferent voice. "Favored by the heavenly Tao." And Lin and Little Hong Ling were stunned at the same time, and they muttered and repeated, "That's right. You are a living being blessed by the heavens." Little Xia nodded and said, "When I saw you and heard some of your experiences, this information appeared in my mind." Little Hong Ling's first reaction was disbelief. She shook her head. "That's impossible. I've never grown up, and my background is so pitiful. How could I be blessed by the heavenly Tao? Think about it. What is the ultimate goal of most living beings?" Little Xia suddenly asked. Hong Ling's eyes were a little glazed over, but she still replied, Pursue the end of Tao? Pursue transcendence?" "You're wrong." Little Xia immediately shook her head, and a profound look suddenly appeared in her eyes. There are countless living beings in this world. Regardless of whether they are highly intelligent or unintelligent, their fundamental pursuit is to survive, and their ultimate pursuit is eternal life. And Lin nodded slightly upon hearing this, clearly in agreement with Little Xia's words. Little Xia looked at the little girl before her with a serious expression. Ever since you were born, you'll never grow old. You'll always maintain the appearance of a 3 or 4-year-old. You'll live in the most perfect state, and your life force won't weaken with the passage of time. This is the eternal life that all living beings yearn for. You've already attained this at the age of 3 or 4. Isn't this the greatest blessing the heavenly Tao has bestowed upon you? Hong Ling's mouth gaped open upon hearing this. My life force won't weaken? Now that you mention it, it really is the case. Little Hong Ling's life force has been locked at the age of 3 or 4, and there's no loss of any life force essence. And Lin used his evergreen technique to inspect little Hong Ling's body with an expression of surprise on his face. But I want to grow up. This has always been my wish. Can't the heavenly Tao grant me eternal life when I turn 18? Hong Ling spoke with an aggrieved expression. At the time, the heavenly Tao didn't know that you wanted to grow up so badly. It simply wanted to grant you eternal life. After that, it learned of your wish. So the effect of your divine Tao was to grant you eternal life, little Xia replied. His words were like a wake-up call. Little Hong Ling and Lin were both stunned. Holy shit! Now that he thought about it, this explanation seemed very reasonable. As for why you become more powerful after cursing the heavens, that's because you've cursed the heavenly Tao. The subconscious will of the heavenly Tao can sense your negative emotions, and it's taking care of you. However, it's not an independent life form, so it doesn't know what it's done wrong. As such, it can only use the simplest and most direct method to make you happy, and that is to make you more powerful. And Lin was shocked. Little Hong Ling opened her small mouth. Although this explanation sounded bizarre, why did it feel so real? Now, think about your own cultivation experiences. Have you been extremely lucky during these past few years? Have you encountered many miraculous encounters? Little Xia continued. Little Hong Ling nodded with difficulty. She pulled out a high-rank immortal sword that was imbued with water and fire. When I forged this sword, I just so happened to lack 2 immortal items of pure water and fire attributes. At this time, 2 returned to Void Stage ferocious beasts came to the Drifting Cloud Nation to wreak havoc. I slayed them, and I just so happened to have them. There are many more, such as falling off a cliff and discovering an immortal spell scroll, encountering a dying immortal to inherit his legacy, killing a small beast and finding a treasure map in its stomach. And Lin was dumbstruck upon hearing this. Why hadn't he experienced any of these experiences that little Hong Ling was describing? Do you see that? This is all because the heavenly Tao is taking care of you. Little Xia spoke with conviction. But if the heavenly Tao really is taking care of me, then why isn't it making me more powerful now that I'm cursing it? Could it be that it doesn't like me anymore? A hint of sorrow appeared in little Hong Ling's eyes. Little Xia chuckled. Unrequited love will eventually run dry. Why don't you change your way of interacting with the heavenly Tao? Change my way? Little Hong Ling blinked her large eyes. Little Xia pointed up into the sky with a charming smile. You've already cursed it for so many years. Why don't you praise it now? Chapter 2036. As the saying goes, a single word awakens the dreamer. Little Xia's words completely dispelled the fog that had shrouded little Hong Ling's mind. At this moment, little Hong Ling seemed to have understood something. She looked up at the sky, looking at the omnipresent sky, recalling everything in the past. She scolded the heavens when she was eating, when she was sleeping, when she was fighting, and when she was bored. She scolded the heavens over and over again, without considering the feelings of the heavens. However, the heavens bestowed her with a cultivation base that shocked the world, gave her many adventures, and granted her eternal life that all living beings envied. God, I have been scolding you, but you are still so nice to me. Little Hong Ling looked up at the sky, her big eyes glistening with tears. Without your support, I would have died long ago. I would have died in some unknown corner, right? You've given me so many things. yet I'm still scolding you. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The little girl looked up at the sky. Tears flickered in her eyes, but she smiled and said seriously, God, thank you for giving me everything. Thank you for treating me so well. You're the best. And Lin listened to little Hongling's words and wanted to remind her that she was supposed to praise the heavens instead of expressing her gratitude. However, the next moment, a strange phenomenon occurred, and he stopped what he was doing. Heavenly light surged. A layer of holy radiance suddenly covered the girl's body. The girl's skin became translucent and white. She wore a pink dress and stood in the martial arts arena. It was quiet and tranquil. The light from the sky flowed like flowing water, making her look holy and ethereal. In the next moment, celestial music rose in spirals and multicolored light unfurled. All of the immortals had stopped cultivating, and the ancient dragon empress had also stopped her lecture. All of them stared at the scene unfolding before their eyes with astonishment as they stared at the little girl at the center of the vast expanse of divine light. Vital energy surged for thousands of miles, forming an incomparably magnificent cyclone. Extremely spectacular abnormal signs started to fill the entire heavens and earth, and images of beautiful worlds started to appear in the sky. Strange godly spirits appeared, and they all gave blessings to the woman on the ground, as if they wanted to bestow all that was beautiful to the woman on the ground. Streams of energy and auspicious aura gathered on little Hongling's body. This is the aura of divine Tao. Divine auspicious descent, heavenly Tao resonance. Exalted immortal Hongling is going to form a complete divine Tao, merge with the Tao, and enter the immortal king realm. The immortals in the arena cried out in alarm. The immortal king stage was the highest cultivation base on the divine source continent. The addition of an immortal king was an earth-shattering event that could shake the entire continent. Even on the Tai Chu continent, an immortal king was considered a top-tier power, and all of the return to void stage exalted immortals present were envious. I recall that little Hongling asked sect leader and Lin about his cultivation base just then. That's right. Sect leader and Lin even told her to change her size. So you're saying that sect leader and Lin was able to help little Hongling take that insurmountable step in less than 2 hours of guidance. Hiss! Almost all the exalted immortals gasped. As they looked at Lin, their gazes were filled with astonishment, yet they actually revealed a wisp of burning desire. They also wanted sect leader and Lin's guidance. And Lin had also detected the scorching gazes of the return to void stage exalted immortals, and he felt like these exalted immortals had misunderstood something. This breakthrough had created a massive commotion. The Yutong Divine City's mighty ones couldn't help but approach the training ground to watch the earth-shattering heaven and earth phenomenon. Isn't that a member of the 4-9 immortal sect's divine origin pavilion transcending a tribulation? Holy F asterisk CK, am I seeing things? This phenomenon is AF asterisk King Tao integration stage phenomenon. Could it be that the 4-9 immortal sect is going to have another Tao integration stage super mighty figure? Don't celebrate too early. The divine Tao tribulation isn't that easy to transcend. That's true. I wonder what this little girl's divine Tao tribulation is. One powerful figure after another appeared around the arena, but none of them got too close. Instead, they left a safe distance between them so that they would have a chance to escape if the divine Tao tribulation fell upon them. Divine Tao tribulations came in all shapes and sizes. The only thing that remained the same was that they were all extremely perilous, and they didn't care if you were the one transcending the tribulation or not. Bursts of dazzling light appeared in the sky before surging into little Hongling's body like flowing winds. Little Hongling's aura also climbed steadily. Everyone was waiting for little Hongling to transcend her tribulation. Little Hongling's aura became more and more powerful and vast. Time continued to pass by. Little Hongling's aura also became more and more bad asterisk at us. to the extent where it was even more oppressive than the average immortal king. However, what was puzzling to everyone was that little Hongling still showed no signs of transcending her tribulation. Wang Chen's expression had already darkened. This little Hongling's aura was already more powerful than his, but it showed no signs of slowing down. Soon, Yanji was also astonished. Hongling's aura was even more powerful than hers. Soon, the river god's lips twitched. He discovered that the aura exuding from little Hongling's body was already more powerful than his. One had to realize that he had progressed to the Tao integration stage almost 100 years earlier than her. Meanwhile, little Hongling was still becoming more powerful. Heaven and earth continued to bestow blessings upon little Hongling, as if there was no end to it, and Lin felt like his horizons had been broadened, and he was completely dumbstruck. This is the power of the heavenly Tao. I didn't really believe you before, but I have no choice but to believe you now. Little Xia harumphed and crossed her arms over her chest. I've never lied to anyone. I'm starting to look forward to little Hongling's tribulation of the divine Tao now. Her divine Tao is related to the power of the heavens. So what will her tribulation of the divine Tao be? And Lin was full of curiosity. Tribulation of the divine Tao? Little Xia chuckled. Don't look forward to it. There's no tribulation for her to transcend. And Lin's eyes widened. What? Are you kidding me? What do you mean there's no tribulation for her to transcend? Does she not need to transcend her tribulation of the divine Tao for her Tao integration stage? He, little Hongling, is the power of the heavenly Tao, so why would the heavenly Tao allow her to transcend her tribulation? A smile appeared on little Xia's face as she looked at the little girl, receiving blessings from the heavenly Tao. Little Hongling's Tao integration stage is to become more powerful, and it's to become more powerful without any obstacles. And Lin didn't know what to say anymore. There was no doubt that this little girl was a hack that even he was extremely envious of. She was not the power of the heavenly Tao. She was the F** king child of the heavenly Tao. 1 hour later, the phenomena between heaven and earth disappeared. Hongling's aura stabilized at the Tao integration initial stage, but her aura had already surpassed that of Wang Qin, Yanji, and the river god. All of the mighty figures and super mighty figures stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. That's it? Yanji's lips pursed slightly. Did we miss some steps? The river god was struck by a sense of absurdity. He had always been a calm and collected man, but he didn't know what to say anymore. The battling Buddha was a powerful being who had been through countless trials and tribulations, but he could only scratch his fur furiously. This had completely exceeded his scope of knowledge. All of the mighty figures present knew the steps of the Tao integration stage. However, little Hongling had completely overturned this step. That's right. She didn't need to transcend her tribulation. Chapter 2037. Su Xiaolan's jade dress fluttered in the wind as she stood silently in the air, looking down at everything that was unfolding below. She was also filled with emotions. She recalled back to her Tao integration stage near-death experience. No, near-death experience was no longer enough to describe the perils of that experience. It was a near-death experience. That was an unprecedented double Tao integration stage. It was like grabbing onto a ray of light in a boundless expanse of darkness. And now she was witnessing a Tao integration stage being that didn't require tribulation transcendence. Most importantly, this Tao integration stage being was quite bad asterisk as Little Ling's tribulation transcendence is like child's play. I'm already in disbelief. This little Hongling is even worse. She even skipped the tribulation transcendence step. Su Xiaolan massaged her brows. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. This was how the world was sometimes. There was never true fairness, and everyone said that the heavenly Tao was heartless. But now she could see the sentimental side of the heavenly Tao the little girl in the pink dress who was standing prettily on the training ground, bowed seriously towards the sky. Her solemn little face appeared exceptionally cute. She then turned and bowed deeply to Enlin and little Xie. A vibrant smile appeared on little Hong Ling's face. Sect leader Enlin, sword spirit little Xie, thank you for your guidance. I have now progressed to the Tao integration stage. All of the spectating powerful beings turned toward the white-robed man. He seemed to have become even more mysterious. At this moment, one powerful being after another began to congratulate little Hong Ling, and Lin turned to look at the lowly in the black dress beside him with a curious expression. I've now witnessed the might of the heavenly Tao, but why is Hong Ling one of them? Little Xie jumped onto a lounge chair and stretched lazily. In this world, there are always some living beings that are extremely compatible with the heavenly Tao. Everything about them will draw the heavenly Tao's attention, allowing them to enter some restricted areas without any obstructions and obtain unimaginable blessings. In terms of physique, Master, you're actually also one of the heavenly Tao's blessings. Me too. And Lin pointed to himself with an astonished expression. That's right. Haven't you noticed that you're quite blessed as well? Little Xie appraised the man beside her with an intrigued expression. My luck is not shallow. And Lin twitched his mouth and said, Little Hong Ling doesn't need to go through the heavenly tribulation. Every time I go through the heavenly tribulation, I go through the heavenly tribulation. If it were someone else, they would have died 8 to 10 times. Your Netherski Tao constitution is actually a constitution that allows the heavenly Tao to be close to you. However, there is something else in your body that affects the heavenly Tao's judgment of you. That is why your tribulation transcendence is abnormal. Little Xie extended a finger and poked in Lin's chest with a meaningful expression. Don't you have any idea what's going on in your body? And Lin was speechless. It could be said that little Xie had been with him day and night, so she naturally knew her master very well. Not only you, but even your disciple Yiling and your pet beast Xiaohong are all blessed by the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao treats them differently, little Xie continued. And Lin came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. No wonder Yiling and Xiaohong were able to make breakthroughs so easily. So they were also extremely compatible with the heavenly Tao. Will there be any dangers to this type of constitution? And Lin was a little nervous. Little Xie shook her head. No, this is a constitution that only benefits and has no harm. It's equivalent to having a backer from birth, so there won't be any harm. However, what I find strange is that the number of blessed by the heavenly Tao in the past can be counted on one hand. It's already very rare for 1 or 2 to appear in the same era. However, the 4-9 Immortal sect has suddenly produced so many of them. This is really unimaginable. And Lin fell silent upon hearing this. He thought back to how he had encountered Xiaohong and Yiling. Was it a coincidence? Or was it inevitable? Was the ox-nosed Taoist priest sending Yiling to the 4-9 Immortal sect because he could tell that Yiling's constitution was extraordinary? A lot of questions suddenly welled up in Lin's heart. Right at this moment, a colorful spatial rift suddenly appeared in the sky. Phenomena erupted in the heavens again. Birds chirped joyously, and a boundless forest appeared in the air. A sweet-tempered woman in a light and elegant dress appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was rooted to the spot at the sight of this woman. Her features were truly astonishing and unforgettable. Furthermore, there was a natural sense of familiarity that struck one with a very comfortable feeling. The woman's eyes roamed around the scene before quickly locking onto a petite figure. The battling Buddha immediately extended a salute toward the woman. Your Majesty Niwa, all of the immortals on the divine source continent were astonished. So this was the goddess of creation of the Tai Chu continent, Niwa? Niwa nodded with a smile at the battling Buddha before extending a greeting toward Lin, and Su Xiaolan before landing before little Hong Ling. Hello, my name is Niwa. The woman's clear eyes reflected the little girl's figure, and her smile was refreshing and natural, making it impossible for one to look away. Hello, Your Majesty Niwa, my name is Hong Ling. Little Hong Ling was a little flustered by this legendary figure, and she couldn't help but turn to Enlin. Enlin gave her a gentle smile, signaling for her to be at ease. I can sense that you are extraordinary. You are the person we are looking for. Niwa looked at little Hong Ling with a gentle expression and asked, Have you heard of the heaven-mending sect? I have. Little Hong Ling trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, the beautiful woman had already placed her fair and slender hand on little Hong Ling's head. She said gently, Then, I hope that you can join the heaven-mending faction. In the heaven-mending faction, you will obtain unimaginable cultivation resources. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. My God, is Niwa personally trying to recruit people? Little Hong Ling instinctively wanted to shake her head. The heavens love you, but they have a hole in their body and they are injured. If you can help them recover. Niwa continued. Little Hong Ling shuddered upon hearing this, and she nodded instead. All right, I'll go with you. I'll join the heaven-mending sect. As she spoke, she turned to look at Enlin with a pleading and anxious look in her eyes. Enlin quickly calmed himself down, and a smile appeared on his face. Go. I support you. Yes. Sect leader Enlin. I will definitely do my best. Little Hong Ling clenched her fists and nodded earnestly after receiving Enlin's approval. Niwa held little Hong Ling's hand and turned around. She smiled at Enlin and said, Don't forget, you are also a member of the heaven-mending sect. You can come and take a look at the heaven-mending sect. Yes. If Niwa hadn't mentioned this, Enlin would have forgotten about it. Enlin hurriedly exchanged some pleasantries with her before sending the two of them off. At this moment, all the immortals present were shocked by the scene that had just happened. Niwa's arrival had stunned everyone, and the fact that she had taken little Hong Ling away made all the immortals extremely envious. They had all been playing with mud together, but now she was going to become the main character that saved the world. And Lin stroked his chin and murmured, Favored by the heavenly Tao, heaven-mending sect. He suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Chapter 2038. Sai, little Xia, you said that there are people who are successful in everything they do, but are there also people who are not successful in everything they do? For example, there are people who suffer misfortune wherever they go, and even those around them suffer misfortune as well. And Lin asked. Little Xia shot a glance at Enlin. You're talking about Shangguan Yi, right? And Lin. You're so smart. Little Xia was slowly becoming more and more like a parasite in his stomach. Shangguan Yi is indeed very special. In the memories that I've awakened, there are people who are similar to her, and they are known as the abominations of the heavenly Tao, little Xia said in a cold voice. Abominations of the heavenly Tao. And Lin was a little surprised. The heavens really do hate people. Of course, there are many types of abominations of the heavenly Tao. Some of them are so brilliant that even the heavens are envious of them. Little Xia continued to explain. Isn't that referring to me? And Lin interjected. Little Xia rolled her eyes at him. Some of them are the heavenly Tao, which has determined that if they are allowed to continue to develop, they will be extremely detrimental to the stability of the heavenly Tao. So the heavenly Tao wants to kill them. Some of them have already caused great harm to the heavenly Tao, so the heavenly Tao chooses to kill them on the spot. Some of them have harmed the heavenly Tao in their past lives, so the heavenly Tao still hates them even after they reincarnate. Shangguan Yi is a bit special. She is the most hated being by the heavenly Tao that I've ever seen. She brings misfortune wherever she goes, and everyone around her also suffers misfortune as well. To be honest, I'm quite surprised that she's still alive. Little Xia spoke with furrowed brows. She was born with such bad luck, so it's definitely not a result of her current life. Apparently, she's the reincarnation of the Ice Matriarch. Could it be that she did something that infuriated the heavenly Tao during her time as the Ice Matriarch? And Lin speculated. You'll have to ask her about that, little Xie replied in an indifferent voice. And Lin pinched her cheek. You don't know. I'm not a god. How am I supposed to know everything? Little Xie slapped Lin's hand away and glared at Lin. And Lin couldn't help but appraise his sword spirit with a curious expression as he asked, But how do you know about the heavenly Tao's favor and the heavenly Tao's hatred? Little Xie shook her head. I only remembered this information when I met little Hongling. I don't know why, but I seem to have forgotten many things. And Lin was speechless. Did his sword spirit play amnesia with him? However, he was well aware of just how special this little girl was. Just the fact that she was able to harm a heavenly god without using her heaven-crushing true intent was enough for Lin to ponder. All right, I won't waste any more words with you. I'm going to retrieve my sword. Little Xie was just about to transform into a streak of black light to fuse into the evil sling sword when Lin grabbed onto her wrist. What are you doing? Little Xie asked. Little Xie, didn't you say you lost your memory? How about I examine your body for you, he? And Lin chuckled with excitement. Slap. Rip. Ah. And Lin let loose a wail of anguish as his hand was slapped away, and his waist was punctured by the sword as blood splattered through the air. If you don't want to examine me, then so be it. Why are you stabbing me? And Lin was filled with grief and indignation. Little Xie couldn't be bothered with him as she transformed into a streak of black light and jumped into the evil slaying sword. And Lin heaved a faint sigh. He seemed to have learned a lot of new things, but for some reason he was even more confused. So the heavens were also very clear-cut? In the easternmost region of the Tai Chu continent, the heavenly light goddess poked at the countless specks of light before her with a bored expression. Sigh, I screwed up, I screwed up. She shook her head as she poked at the specks of light before her eyes. Earth, why didn't you stop the people of the divine source continent? Why didn't you kill them? Do you know how big of a mistake you've made? The soil before the heavenly light goddess tremored as a boundless voice sounded from within. I had already sent out the heavenly temperature god. How was I supposed to know that Lin would be able to detect the arrival of the people from the divine source continent? How was I supposed to know that Lin would immediately rush over to provide reinforcements? I had initially thought that it wouldn't hurt to have a few more useless helpers for Lin. But who would have thought that there would be someone blessed by the heavenly Tao among them? The heavenly earth god's voice was becoming more and more agitated as he spoke. It was clear that he was struggling to contain his frustration. Things are getting more and more out of our control, the heavenly light goddess said in a faint voice. At this moment, a ball of blue liquid beside the heavenly light goddess also spoke. Nuwa has been blessed by the heavenly Tao, so the heaven-mending plan will accelerate. Once she recovers her Tao power, all of us will be expelled from the Tai Chu continent, the heavenly sea god said. I suggest we immediately launch the final attack. What did the heavens say? Are they still unwilling to help? The heavenly light goddess asked. They agreed to provide us with some assistance. Their main bodies won't attack, but the heavenly human tribe and heavenly gods under their command will temporarily be at our disposal. However, we have to agree to one condition, the heavenly sea god replied. What condition? The heavenly light goddess was unable to contain her excitement. The soil before the heavenly light goddess also began to tremor violently. As long as the condition isn't too excessive, we can accept it, the heavenly earth god said in a firm voice. The two paramount heavenly gods were well aware that what they lacked the most right now was military strength. They had powerful enemies to tie down. As long as their subordinates were powerful enough, they would be able to wipe out the entire human race without them having to do anything. The heavenly sea god paused momentarily before replying. They want us to kill Enlil at all costs within 10 days. Otherwise, they are to immediately retreat. The two paramount heavenly gods' expressions both trembled upon hearing this. So, who would have thought that they would be so vicious? The heavenly light goddess gritted her teeth. The heavenly earth god and the heavenly sea god both fell silent. Enlil isn't a human, so we don't have to kill him. The heavenly earth god said in a solemn voice. But Enlil will definitely hinder our plan, so he has to die. However, our preparations will be a little hasty if we only have 10 days. The heavenly sea god sighed, but this is probably the best option for us. The heavenly light goddess and the heavenly earth god didn't say anything. They were well aware of this as well. Sea, are you confident in killing Enlil? The heavenly light goddess asked. Me, I definitely can't. I'm not even confident in killing Enlil when I'm at my peak. Now that I've recovered from my injuries, it'll be even more difficult for me to kill him. The heavenly sea god replied in a cowardly manner. The heavenly earth god said, Don't forget that Enlil is a darkness god. We have to subdue him. Let's have two paramount heavenly gods deal with him at the same time. How about this? Light will hold off the heaven-crushing sect, while earth will accompany you to kill Enlil. How about that? The heavenly sea god suggested. That's exactly what I was thinking. The heavenly earth god agreed with the heavenly sea god's suggestion. All right, then it's settled. We agree to the conditions of life and sky. The heavenly light goddess expression also gradually became more resolute. Now, activate the world annihilation mode and deliver a devastating blow to the human race. Chapter 2039. In the northeastern region of the Tai Chu continent, holy glacial lands. This was a place where even the snow maidens couldn't handle the cold and had to evacuate. A series of snowy white figures suddenly emerged from deep within the snowy region. All of them had sharp crimson claws and snowy white fur, but there was darkness behind them. In the beginning, there were only a few hundred of them. Then there were thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. In the end, they formed a massive wave of monsters that surged toward the south. In the eastern region of the Tai Chu continent, in the sky above, a gargantuan hole had appeared. Countless heavenly human, tribe, powerful beings poured out of the hole, as if there were no end to them. The 5 million heavenly human tribe, powerful beings on the coast of the Tai Chu continent all widened their eyes in shock, and they were momentarily at a loss for words. A heavenly god with a powerful aura stepped forward. We have received orders from the heavenly god to assist light in attacking the human race. The heavenly heaven god is helping us. This is great. The heavenly heaven god is finally on our side. There are at least 100 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings up there, right? We don't have to worry about a lack of soldiers anymore. All of the heavenly human tribe, powerful beings on the Eastern Front began to cheer with elation. Ever since that suicidal battle, they had been severely lacking in soldiers, and they could be wiped out at any moment, so they could only cower beneath the Eastern Heavenly Gate. Now that they had another 100 million soldiers, they could finally muster up the courage to fight again. Let's kill all of the humans. Heavenly God, domineering Saber roared. Kill all of the humans. The heavenly human tribe, powerful beings, roared in unison. Immediately afterward, over 100 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings began to converge toward the eastern front of the kingdom of the 9 states. White Nectar Sea. A massive gate floated on the surface of the White Sea. It seemed to have a life of its own, and it would occasionally sink to the bottom of the ocean before slowly climbing up to the top of the World Tree. At this moment, it was standing beside the World Tree. Over 100 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings were standing before it, awaiting orders. Right at this moment, countless heavenly human tribe powerful beings suddenly descended from the sky above the World Tree. There were over 100 million of them. We have received orders from the Goddess of Life to help you destroy Yutong City. A divine heaven stage, heavenly human tribe, powerful being announced. The 100 million heavenly human tribe united army looked up at the large number of allies flying toward them with scorching light in their eyes. They raised their arms at the same time, and their voices erupted into the heavens. Flatten Yutong City! Flatten Yutong City! At the same time, within the depths of the West Sea, a massive army of 70 million heavenly human tribe soldiers pounced toward the West Sea Alliance base with all their might. The sky-toppling tsunami that originated from the West Sea surged and roared as it surged toward the east. In the central region of the Tai Chu continent, the earth tremored violently as terrifying energy caused the earth's crust to tremble. Countless mountains crumbled, rivers were severed, and countless buildings began to collapse. The Western Paradise, the demonic domain, and the sacred paradise were all affected by the terrifying earthquake. Extreme frost was closing in on the wind plain state of the Kingdom of the Nine States, threatening to freeze everything in this world. The blue, low temperature brought with it a white blizzard that seemed to cover the sky and the earth. It swept up to the top of the city walls of Clear Sky City and froze tens of thousands of terrified city guards into ice sculptures. Then it crossed the top of the city walls and surged into the Wind Plain province. The area of effect of the extreme cold was extremely vast, spanning hundreds of thousands of li. Soon, the Wind Plain province was covered in a boundless layer of frost. Ordinary humans were completely unable to withstand the extreme cold, and they were unable to last for long before their bodies were completely frozen solid. The cities of the mortal world were frozen into eternal ice cities. The expressions of the people were still frozen in the moment before the snowstorm struck. They were either chatting or strolling. They didn't even have the time to show any expressions of panic or fear before they were frozen by the extreme cold. They were like frozen blue scrolls. Mountains, rivers, forests, everything between heaven and earth had been frozen solid. Within the territory of the Dark Wind Imperial family, one of the 9 Imperials, sirens erupted throughout the entire heaven and earth. Highest alert, extreme frost is upon us. The return to Void Stage Divine, general responsible for reconnaissance, roared. Ever since the northern heavenly gate had been broken and the Snow Maidens had joined the 4-9 Immortal sect, there hadn't been any battles here for a long time. One powerful being after another was jolted awake by the sirens. The Dark Phoenix Imperial family was one of the 9 emperors, and they had countless powerful beings among them. So they reacted extremely quickly and instantly activated their Dao integration stage defensive mechanisms. A massive black spell formation began to appear on the ground, and black streams of wind enshrouded the entire Imperial Palace, keeping the oncoming power of extreme frost at bay. However, aside from the Imperial Palace, everything else had been transformed into a forbidden zone. Emperor Fengming stood at the top of the Star Tower with an extremely grave expression as he looked down at the vast expanse of white snow. This disaster is no longer something that we can control. It's very likely that it has already affected the entire Wind Plain state, and even the entire Kingdom of the 9 States. Dark General, have you notified the 4-9 Immortal sect and the Celestial Court of this? Emperor Fengming asked. A return to Void Stage mighty figure in black armor bowed. I have. The Celestial Court is unable to leave due to the war in the East, but the 4-9 Immortal sect has said that they will immediately send reinforcements. Hearing this, Emperor Fengming's expression finally eased up a little. The 4-9 Immortal sect's reinforcements were undoubtedly a boost to the morale of the entire Wind Plain state. Your Majesty, all of our main forces are fighting on the Eastern Front, and the Imperial Palace's defenses are too weak right now. Should we retreat for now? We can even retreat to the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect, the Dark General suggested. However, Emperor Fengming immediately shook his head upon hearing this. No, this is the base of our Imperial family, and it's the front line to defend against the threat from the north. We have countless citizens to protect, and we'll be able to detect any danger from here." Not long after his voice fell, the Dark General's expression shifted. "What's that sound?" "Chirp, chirp, chirp! Hiss, hiss!" A peculiar sound erupted from deep within the blizzard outside the spell formation. The sound became more and more concentrated. Immediately afterward, there seemed to be countless red lights swaying in the wind and snow. Emperor Fengming's pupils contracted drastically upon seeing this. Those red lights were actually countless crimson claws. Rumble, the horde of terrifying existences, roared as they ran. They crashed into the Netherwind Imperial family's formation, causing it to shake violently. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Retaliate! All the powerful beings of the Dark Wind Imperial family poured their power into the spell formation, and gusts of extremely powerful dark winds began to sweep through the spell formation, slicing the monsters into pieces as blue blood splattered all over the ground. Snow demons! Snow demons! Kill, kill, kill! Kill all humans! Countless white-haired monsters with hideous faces and scarlet claws were roaring and chanting strange syllables as they pounced at the formation without any regard for their lives. The spell formation was indeed very powerful, but there were simply too many snow demon beasts, and they crashed into the spell formation over and over again, causing it to tremor violently. Emperor Fengming released his divine sense to find that the entire imperial palace was surrounded by snow demon beasts. There were over 10 million of them, and they crashed into the spell formation in a frenzy. The space around them had already been sealed by extreme frost, and returned to void stage mighty figures didn't even have a chance to escape. Rip! A hole was suddenly torn into the spell formation by the crimson claws. A golden-furred snow demon beast with a terrifying aura and a blue divine halo on its head poked its head out from the hole with a cruel smile on its face. Finally, "I can eat you all!" A series of massive cracks appeared on the spell formation. Snow demon beasts surged into the spell formation before waving their red claws and tearing at human flesh about 15 minutes later. Within the Dark Wind Imperial Palace, the blizzard was still howling, blanketing everything in its path. Everyone had disappeared. Occasionally, 1 or 2 severed limbs could be seen, but all of them were instantly buried by the blizzard. The surroundings were eerily silent. A faint blue light surged above the Imperial Palace, unleashing the power to freeze everything in its path. The once majestic Imperial Palace had been reduced to a city of ice and deathly silence. The Dark Wind Imperial family, which was renowned across the entire continent, had been completely buried by the blizzard. Chapter 2040. The power of extreme frost was still wreaking havoc in the Wind Plain state. It traveled from the north all the way to the south, freezing everything in its path as if it were going to destroy the entire world. Villages were buried under snow and ice, and cities were frozen into dead cities. Humans were extremely fragile in the face of this apocalyptic disaster, and it didn't take long for over 1 billion humans to be frozen. At this moment, a warm white light soared into the sky from the 10,000 Spirits immortal sect. The Taiji formation enshrouded half of the Wind Plain state as it activated its final trump card to keep the oncoming frost outside the Taiji formation, protecting half of the humans in the Wind Plain state. The sect leader of the 10,000 Spirits immortal sect, Xian Yuanluan, stood proudly at the summit of the sect with his ancient sword in hand. He stood proudly on the summit of a mountain in a white robe with his eyes tightly closed. His handsome face was filled with a grave expression as he activated his 10,000 Spirit Taiji formation to its maximum capacity. The wind comes from the extreme north, strange from the flaw in the heavenly Tao. It looks like the flaw in the heavenly Tao has been exploited by the heavenly gods again. The heavenly light goddess has done evil deeds, sigh. Xin Yuanluan opened his black and white eyes and shook his head as he sighed. The Dark Phoenix Imperial tribe has also been destroyed. What a pity for my good friend! He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, but a determined expression appeared on his face. The final battle had already begun, and he had no choice but to fight to the death. The 10,000 spirit Tai Chi formation is a god of creation stage formation bestowed upon me by the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue. It can protect the kingdom of the 9 states from further frost attacks, but it's not without its flaws. If the core of the formation is destroyed, Xian Yuan Luan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He was the only Tao integration stage cultivator in the entire sect, and the eye of the spell formation was located at the 10,000 spirits immortal sect. If they couldn't defend the spell formation and allowed the glacial winds to spread further, then not only would the wind plane state be destroyed, but the entire kingdom of the 9 states would also be engulfed by the glacial winds. As the sect leader, he was under immense pressure. Rumble, the earth trembled in the distance. One white figure after another surged toward the 10,000 spirits immortal sect. Xian Yuan Luan's expression became more and more grave as he looked at the approaching snow ghost beasts. The easiest way to destroy the kingdom of the 9 states was to freeze all living beings to death with the frost. As long as they could break the 10,000 spirit Tai Chi formation and allow the frost to spread, the matter would be resolved once and for all. His opponent was clearly trying to destroy the entire 10,000 spirits immortal sect through the most violent method possible. Prepare for battle, Xian Yuan Luan yelled. Tens of thousands of white-clothed, fairy-like disciples stood on the peaks of the mountains, looking at the monsters in the distance. Myriad spirits, Tai Chi, sun annihilation. The disciples poured all the pure yang energy in their bodies into the array. The ground the snow ghost beasts walked on suddenly exploded with pillars of fire that shot into the sky. Any snow ghost beast that came into contact with the pillars of fire was burned to ashes by the scorching energy. The best way to deal with these monsters born from the holy glacial lands was to attack with fire. Boom, boom, boom. Balls of blazing flames exploded on the ground, burning the monsters that were surging towards them into ashes. However, there were simply too many monsters, and they could be described as a white wave. There were at least 70 to 80 million of them, and they truly covered the sky and earth. There were also many existences with extremely powerful auras mixed in with them, and just one look at them would make one's scalp go numb. Tens of thousands versus tens of millions. This kind of difference almost scared the disciples to tears. The main forces of the 10,000 spirits immortal sect were on the eastern front, and they were only defending their home. Why did they have to make such a big fuss over an enemy that outnumbered them by over 1,000? Even though the disciples were in despair, they still held their ground and continued to use the power of the array to bombard the snow ghost beasts, doing everything they could to weaken their enemies. They could die in battle, but as long as they could take down a bunch of enemies with them before they died, this battle would be worth it. Xian Yuan Luan was just pouring his energy into the myriad spirits Tai Chi formation when he suddenly turned around and slashed his sword toward the sky in the distance. The sword projection split heaven and earth as black and white light swirled in the air, instantly covering a distance of over 100 kilometers. A blood-curdling wail then sounded. A black-furred snow ghost beast over 10,000 feet tall appeared in the air. Its body had already been sliced in half, and blue blood gushed forth like a fountain as its carcass fell to the ground, killing another few hundred snow ghost beasts. Humph! Trying to sneak up on me? Xian Yuan Luan turned around and slashed 2 more times viciously toward the southeast direction. The black and white sword projections crashed into the ground and tore open 2 ghastly gashes in the earth for over 150 kilometers in length. Another 2 huge black-furred snow ghost beasts over 10,000 feet tall wailed in agony as they fell to the ground. These snow ghost beasts could be roughly divided into 2 types. One type was covered in white fur and had the body of a bear. Their power ranged from Tao body stage to soul formation stage. The other type was covered in black fur and had an extremely huge body with power comparable to a return to void stage mighty figure. Sect leader, these monsters have already broken through our defensive line and entered the 10,000 spirits immortal sect's territory, an elder exclaimed. Xianyuan Luan's expression darkened slightly as he looked at the 9-layered sect protection formation. 3 of the formations had already been breached, and they were less than 100 kilometers away from the main peak of the sect. There are too many of them. Xianyuan Luan's expression had already darkened. Their sect didn't have any weapons of mass destruction. If things continued like this, they would be crushed to death by such a huge number of snow ghost beasts sooner or later. Do I have to use the secret weapon that my son left behind in the sect? That was a weapon that he had spent over 100 years collecting at great cost. Apparently it came from Bai Ling, and he was going to use it in the final battle. Not only that, but it will also cause irreversible damage to the surrounding ecosystem. Xianyuan Luan believed in the harmony of all living things, so he was instinctively averse to things like this. He gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind as he looked at the horde of snow ghost beasts in the distance. Xianyuan Luan raised a hand into the sky, and a ripple appeared in the sky. Then, a series of inky black bullets began to hang in the air 300 kilometers away from the 10,000 spirits immortal sect. There were at least 1,000 of them. Myriad spirit Tai Chi, bullets of the 1,000 suns. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One bullet after another fell to the ground. Heaven and earth instantly fell silent. Immediately afterward, a series of violent explosions erupted, destroying everything around them. Boom, 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 boom. Heaven and earth trembled violently. Destructive explosions erupted, and the shock waves from each bullet were able to instantly pulverize the surrounding snow ghost beasts into mincemeat. The explosions connected to form a destructive circle of energy that surrounded the entire 10,000 spirits immortal sect. The 10,000 spirits immortal sect disciples were all dumbstruck. They were completely petrified by the terrifying mushroom clouds that appeared in the sky. What kind of experience was it to suddenly have over 1,000 mushroom clouds appear around them? It was as if there were over 1,000 suns shining down upon them. Golden light flashed before their eyes as terrifying energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Even the sect protection formation was instantly destroyed by the shockwaves from the explosions, and only the final layer was left standing. As for the snow ghost beasts that were close to the 10,000 spirits immortal sect, they were all in a tragic state. Most of them had died, and even if they didn't die, they were either severely injured or crippled. Just the number of casualties that they had witnessed already exceeded 10 million, and there were even quite a few black fur snow ghost beasts that had perished in this explosion. This was because this explosion was powerful enough to warp and shatter space. Not only that, but the destructive energy from the explosion of the 1,000 bombs lasted for a long time. It was like a burning flame that intertwined and formed a circle. Any snow ghost beast that stepped into the circle was burned to death by the energy. It was like a natural land of death. Even Xianyuan Luan, who had thrown the bombs, was dumbstruck by this scene. He stared at the terrifying flames of the explosions and murmured to himself, "My son's bombs are this terrifying!" Chapter 2041. Xianyuan Luan was speechless for a long time upon seeing this terrifying scene. Even a god of creation wouldn't be able to unleash such a powerful attack. F***CK. If every member of the 10,000 spirits immortal sect had one of these bombs, then they wouldn't have to be afraid of anyone. They could just throw a bomb at anyone who didn't want to submit to them. However, he knew that this wasn't very realistic. Even though these bombs were his son's, they were still weapons prepared by Bai Ling. They were things that she had expended countless precious resources to create, and there were only 1,000 of them in storage, so there was no way they could be mass-produced. Now that he had used all of these bombs, his son's savings had all been used up by him. Even though it was very satisfying to blow them up, he was still a little embarrassed. "Sect leader, these bombs are so powerful. Do we have more? Let's blow up all of the snow demon beasts outside." A white-haired peak leader exclaimed with an excited expression. Xian Yuanluan's lips twitched as he clasped his hands behind his back, not wanting to say anything. If he had more, he would have taken them out already. The explosion of 1,000 bombs created a golden halo of light that enveloped the entire 10,000 spirits immortal sect, incinerating all the snow demon beasts that dashed into it. The berserk snow demon beasts seemed to have calmed down. They stopped in their tracks and stared at the destructive energy before them. Thank goodness, we've stopped these monsters. All hail the sect leader. The tens of thousands of disciples were all extremely elated after surviving this ordeal. Xian Yuanluan also heaved a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. He had thought that they were really going to die here, but his son's bombs had worked wonders. Not only had they killed over 10 million snow demon beasts, but they had also stopped them from advancing. You look very happy. A voice that sounded like ice shards colliding into each other sounded. Xian Yuanluan's hair stood on end as he gripped the ancient sword in his hand and slashed behind him. Crack! A huge golden hand with crimson claws instantly grabbed onto the ancient sword's blade. The powerful sword intent caused the huge hand to shatter into pieces, but it was unable to sever the hand. Xian Yuanluan's expression shifted drastically. His opponent had caught his sword with his bare hands. He saw the face of the newcomer clearly. It was still the sinister face of a demon. It was the appearance of a snow ghost beast, but its fur was golden, and there was a blue divine halo on its head. Before Xian Yuanluan had a chance to react, he felt a burst of excruciating pain in his chest. He found that a crimson claw had already pierced through his chest, and the extreme frost power began to quickly freeze his body, blood, and soul before completely destroying his life. The snow ghost beast grinned. Are you happy now? To be able to taste death in its truest form and feel your life slowly slipping away. This should be a very happy thing, right? It pulled its crimson claws out of Xian Yuanluan's body, and blood splattered everywhere before freezing into dark red ice crystals in midair. At this time, Xian Yuanluan's skin was already covered with a layer of frost. This cold energy came from inside his body. One could imagine how badly his body was injured. Sect leader. Damn it, I'll kill you. The powerful elders all flew into a rage upon seeing their sect leader being attacked, and they unleashed a series of powerful spell techniques toward the snow ghost beast. The snow ghost beast harumphed coldly and kicked Xian Yuanluan off the mountain peak before breaking all of the attacks with its claws. He was able to block all of the elders' attacks just by himself. In its eyes, Xian Yuanluan was already a dead man. He had been struck by the power of the heavenly god, which was imbued with the power of freezing. There was no chance of survival. It was also at this moment that 2 huge holes were torn open in the golden energy barrier of the 10,000 spirits immortal sect, and a horde of snow ghost beasts continued to pour into the holes. In the center of the ice cave, there were 2 more golden-furred snow ghosts. The hope of the 10,000 spirits immortal sect disciples and elders was once again reduced to despair. How were they supposed to fight? The snow ghost stepped onto the main peak of the 10,000 spirits immortal sect, and the mountain peak quickly froze over. Bright blue ice began to spread, and a frozen mountain peak was formed in the blink of an eye. Light is king, and all things are void. The snow ghost beast spread open its arms, and an aura of extreme frost spread outward in a frenzy like a shock wave. It was clearly trying to freeze all of the living beings of the 10,000 spirits immortal sect to death. Right at this moment, a galaxy of stars suddenly appeared at the peak of the sky. Immediately afterward, an energy cannon that seemed to be imbued with a boundless galaxy of stars shot through the sky and crashed heavily into the snow ghost beast's body. The shock waves from the explosion even completely annihilated the main peak. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Immediately afterward, a gargantuan battleship leaped out from the sky. An extremely handsome man in a white robe embraced Xian Yuanluan, who had crashed to the ground. His body trembled lightly as he felt the frosty chill emanating from Xianyuan Luan's body. "Father, I'm sorry. I'm late." Xianyuan Luan's lips twitched with difficulty as he looked at the familiar face before him. "No, you're not late. The core of the 10,000 spirit Tai Chi formation hasn't been broken yet, so the humans of the Kingdom of the Nine States can still be saved." Tears welled up in Xianyuan Cheng's eyes upon hearing this, and he hugged his father even tighter, as if he were hoping that the warmth of his body could warm up his father's lifeless body. The snow ghost beast's fur was charred black, and it leaped out from the cannon blast before roaring at the gargantuan battleship in the sky. "Who is it?" "The 4-9 Immortal Sect." A cold voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Bai Ling stood at the forefront of the battleship in a white dress, as if she were a holy lotus. All of the 10,000 spirits, Immortal Sect disciples, and elders were almost moved to tears upon hearing this. "That's the Starfire battleship. It's the 4-9 Immortal Sect. The 4-9 Immortal Sect really is here. This is great." The 4-9 Immortal Sect had maintained an undefeated record in the past 100 battles. Their existence represented the hope of the Kingdom of the Nine States in resisting the heavenly human tribe, as well as the hope for the human race to rise again. As long as the 4-9 Immortal Sect's main force was present, everyone would feel a boundless sense of security. "Sigh, it's a pity that our sect leader—" Some of the elders were still grief-stricken and regretful. "Do you really think a mere battleship can stop us snow ghost beasts?" The golden-furred snow ghost beast roared, and millions of icicles appear behind it, covering the entire sky. "The 4-9 Immortal Sect? Light once said that you are the biggest obstacle to our invasion of the Kingdom of the Nine States. I really want to see just how powerful the 4-9 Immortal Sect is." Another snow ghost beast that was constructing a cave of ice chuckled coldly. "Kill all of these people and we'll be victorious." A snow ghost beast wielding an icy blue skeleton staff roared as the cave of ice eroded the golden energy barrier even further. "Snow ghost, snow ghost, snow ghost." Countless snow ghost beasts charged toward the 10,000 spirits Immortal Sect with ferocious expressions on their faces. The number of snow ghost beasts had been reduced by over 10 million, but there were still over 60 million of them left. This was a powerful force that could crush any top-rate Immortal Sect. 2 Tao Integration Stage True Dragons were already pouncing toward the snow ghost beast. The demonic blood Kirin reappeared in the sky and crashed toward the snow ghost beast with unparalleled, heaven-crushing divine might. Snow ghost beasts? Could they be the culprit behind all of this? Meng Ji asked softly as she looked at the ferocious beasts charging toward them. "No, the culprit is the heavenly light goddess, or perhaps I should say the purple star." Shangguan heaved a faint sigh as a complex expression appeared on her face. However, she also pounced toward one of the golden-furred snow ghost beasts. Bai Ling stood at the forefront of the battleship with a solemn expression on her face. Countless streams of information flashed through her eyes as she analyzed the situation. There were a total of 3 snow ghost beasts with divine halos above their heads on the battlefield. Each of them possessed combat prowess comparable to a heavenly god, which was equivalent to the heavenly ant god. They were clearly also heavenly gods that had been created through some special method. This was definitely the work of the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess had most likely planned a pincer attack from the north and the south, but she didn't expect the heavenly ant god to die so quickly. However, even with only the northern forces attacking, the situation was still extremely dire. The Eastern Front Army was bearing down on the city, and the Kingdom of the Nine States was unable to spare any more troops. The only ones who could stop them were the 4-9 Immortal Sect, and this was the true test for the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Chapter 2042. A storm was brewing on the battlefield. The battle between the 4-9 Immortal Sect and the snow ghost beasts had already erupted. Xian Yuan Cheng was still bidding farewell to Xian Yuan Luan for the last time. Never would he have thought that such a powerful father would fall one day. Only when this day finally arrived did he realize that it was too late to do anything. All he could do was grieve. Cheng, your bombs are so powerful. I didn't agree to you playing with bombs back then, but I was wrong. Continue to persevere on your path. Xian Yuan Lun stroked Xian Yuan Cheng's cheek as he spoke with difficulty. Tears welled up in Xian Yuan Cheng's eyes, and he nodded relentlessly. Father, I'll take you back to the battleship. Bai Ling knows a lot about technology, so she'll definitely be able to cure you. Xian Yuan Lun shook his head with a wry smile. There's no need for that. I know my own body very well. My life force has already been frozen and torn apart. I'm only able to talk to you because I cultivate the Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi and forcibly retain a wisp of my soul. My soul will soon dissipate. Xian Yuan Cheng gritted his teeth. He was also a cultivator in this area, so he was well aware of this. However, he really didn't want to give up. Son, go, fight alongside your friends, fight for the human race. Xian Yuan Luan turned to Xian Yuan Cheng with a smile on his face. He wanted to raise a hand to caress his handsome face, only to find that his limbs had already become so rigid that he couldn't even move. Father, Xian Yuan Cheng couldn't repress his tears any longer. Son, Xian Yuan Luan was also very reluctant to part with his son. PFFF, a little red flower suddenly appeared in Xian Yuan Luan's heart. Father, Xian Yuan Cheng was given a fright. Ah, is this what death feels like? It's so warm. Xian Yuan Luan's eyes were glazed over. What death? I think you can still be saved. Why are you giving up? A sweet voice suddenly sounded in Xian Yuan Luan's ears. Xian Yuan Luan immediately sensed that something was amiss. He glanced at Xian Yuan Cheng's expression, and then glanced at the little red flower that was located right in front of his heart. Then his mouth fell open in shock. I can feel my life force flowing back to me. A look of ecstasy appeared on Xian Yuan Cheng's face, and he was so excited that his voice began to tremble. Little Red, my father can still be saved. My father can still be saved, right? I can save him. There's the power of light and the power of ice in there, both of which I can nullify. I can also forcibly use the power of light to gather the life force that just dissipated. But I can't leave Xian Yuan Luan's body, so I can't fight during this period of time. Put me and him back on the Starfire battleship, Xiao Hong said in her sweet voice. All right, all right. Xian Yuan Cheng heaved a long sigh of relief before carrying Xian Yuan Luan toward the Starfire battleship. Xian Yuan Luan was still in a state of disbelief. He was the person who knew his own body better than anyone else, and he also understood the nature of life. He had thought that he was going to die for sure, and even if he had 9 lives, he was going to die anyway. However, a flower from the 4-9 Immortal sect was telling him that he could still be saved. This feeling was like a dream. The 4-9 Immortal sect was a place where miracles could be created. This saying had been circulating throughout the Tai Chu continent for a very long time, and he had finally experienced it for himself. The battle between the 4-9 Immortal sect and the snow ghost beasts had already erupted. Xiao, Tu, and Xiao Zhe took on one golden snow ghost beast. The Great Empress and Shangguan Yi took on the other golden snow ghost beast. And the demonic Blood Kirin and Little Huang took on the other golden snow ghost beast. However, all of the Tao integration stage super mighty figures of the 4-9 Immortal sect were at a disadvantage without exception. After all, their opponent was a heavenly god who possessed the powers of the heavenly gods. They weren't the ancient Dragon Empress, so how could they resist the might of a heavenly god with their Tao integration stage power? At this moment, powerful snow ghost beasts began to pour into the huge blue hole. The several hundred cultivators from the 4-9 Immortal sect and tens of thousands of cultivators from the 10,000 spirits Immortal sect also braced themselves for battle. This was going to be a vicious battle. In the southern region of the Kingdom of the Nine States, Autumn Leaf City had just experienced the baptism of war. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning covered an area of several thousand kilometers and slowly spread toward the Kingdom of the Nine States. All of the residents in the city began to flee in panic. Some of the residents who couldn't get away in time were reduced to ashes along with their houses. All of the cultivators in the city were completely powerless to do anything. The lightning seemed to have come from the deepest part of the heavens, and it crashed down with devastating power. No one could defend themselves against it, and the only thing they could do was run. Yutong City. The army also began to descend upon the city. This was the first time the Heavenly Human Tribe had taken the initiative after Lin and Su Xiaolin had appeared, and they had mobilized the largest army in history to the tune of 200 million. As far as the eye could see, the sky and the earth were densely packed with bird-like heavenly humans. They were like a massive white wave that reached into the heavens, and it was an extremely terrifying sight to behold. And Lin stood atop the city wall and listened to one urgent report after another from his voice transmission talisman. The West Sea army of 70 million was charging toward the immortal land above water, and tsunamis hundreds of thousands of feet long surged into the heavens. All of the major powers in the central region of the Taichu continent were struck by devastating earthquakes, and hundreds of millions of living beings were either killed or injured. Mysterious divine lightning suddenly fell from the southern region of the Kingdom of the Nine States, sweeping away everything in its path. Snow ghost beasts had appeared in the northern region of the Kingdom of the Nine States, and the Dark Phoenix imperial family had been destroyed. All of the sects were sending reinforcements to the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Sect. A heavenly human tribe army of 100 million was bearing down on the eastern region of the Kingdom of the Nine States. One report after another made him sigh with emotion. The final battle had finally arrived. Even though he had been hoping for this moment to arrive, and Lin was still very nervous when it finally did. He had to face the paramount heavenly gods no matter what. The ancient Dragon Empress had already returned to the land of eternal light, and all of the members of the Divine Essence Pavilion had also made significant progress in their cultivation. However, all of the immortals from the Divine Source continent still felt their legs give out from under them at the sight of the army in the distance. Holy **T, this was way too insane. A heavenly human tribe army of several tens of millions was already unimaginable, but now there were 200 million of them. The Divine Essence Pavilion had gathered all of the most powerful beings on the Divine Source continent, but they wouldn't even be able to hold off an army of 20 million, let alone dominate this battlefield. Not only were the Divine Source continent mighty figures astonished, but even the allied army of the Taichu continent was also feeling extremely unsettled. Even though they had already secured all types of victories and their morale was extremely high, only when the paramount heavenly gods launched their final battle did they realize just how terrifying the iceberg hidden beneath the seawater was. Just how terrifying was that power? The paramount heavenly gods were extremely enraged that their plans had been disrupted, but the source of their rage was the fact that their 99% chance of victory had become 99%. Papa was still their papa. All of a sudden, many powerful beings and mighty figures in Yutong City turned toward the white-robed man standing atop the city wall. He had already become a pillar of support for many people. He was the hero of the human race and the war god of the Tai-Chu continent. It was exactly because of his presence that many powerful beings still held a lot of hope for the upcoming battle. That's right, he was the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, and Lin's expression was still as calm and collected as ever, and many of the mighty figures were quite relieved to see this. What was he thinking about right now? He wasn't thinking about anything. He was in a daze. At this moment, the heart of the sea clone that Lin was wearing suddenly lit up. He surreptitiously accepted the call and transmitted his voice. "Brother C, I've been waiting for your call for a long time." "Brother Lin, I've missed you too. Let's get straight to the point. I have something very important to tell you, the heavenly sea god said in a grave voice. What is it? Light, Earth, and I have set a target, and we're going to kill you within 10 days. And Lynn, Chapter 2043, Take my life in 10 days? And Lynn was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. What kind of vendetta was this? Why were they in such a hurry to take his life? Cyril wasn't going to be killed. Chin Chin wasn't going to be killed. He had only slain a bunch of heavenly gods and destroyed 2 heavenly gates. Did they really have to go to this extent? And Lin had 1,000 things to say, but he had to calm himself down. Why are you in such a hurry to kill me? Why do you have to do it in 10 days? Could it be that I'll become super bad *SS after 10 days? And Lin voiced out his doubts. The heavenly sea god gave him a brief recount of the deal that the heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god had made with the heavenly life god and the heavenly heaven god. As for why they had to kill Lin in 10 days, even the heavenly sea god didn't know. However, they couldn't refuse such a massive army. And Lin finally understood why so many heavenly human tribe United Nations armies had suddenly appeared on the eastern and central fronts. It turned out that the heavenly life god and the heavenly heaven god had also mobilized their armies. However, he really couldn't understand why those 2 heavenly gods were willing to pay such a heavy price to kill him. He didn't feel like he had anything to do with those 2 heavenly gods. The heavenly sea god felt like the 2 paramount heavenly gods were afraid of Enlin. They were afraid that Enlin would become even more powerful, so they wanted to kill Enlin. The heavenly earth god and I have already agreed to find an opportunity to kill you. Not only that, but even the heavenly life god will unleash a secret weapon to attack you. Even the heavenly earth god and the heavenly earth god don't know about this. The heavenly sea god spoke in a grave voice, and Lin understood this. He knew that the heavenly sea god had infiltrated both the heavenly earth god and the heavenly life god, so he definitely had the most information. The heavenly earth god plans to lure you to a gravitational core region and use its most powerful power of earth to suppress you. I think you should beat it at its own game and fight it there. Under normal circumstances, you'll definitely lose. However, I can tell you a few fatal flaws of the heavenly earth god. You have to gradually guide it, and so on and so on. The heavenly sea god explained his plan, and Enlin listened intently. After all, this concerned his life and death. I'll take care of the heavenly earth god like this for now. If you can't defeat it, you'll have a chance to escape. If you can defeat it, I'll also secretly deliver a lethal blow to it. This is also what life and the heavens require. The biggest variable in this battle is the heavenly life god's secret trump card. Even she is unable to grasp that trump card. She is a complete lunatic, so we have to be extremely careful in this battle. And Lin listened to the heavenly sea god's words and made a mental note of caution. He also had many trump cards, but at this moment his heart was incomparably solemn. The level of this battle was the highest level battle he had ever fought since he started cultivating. There were a total of 3 paramount heavenly gods participating in this battle. The earth, the ocean, and the life forms all wanted to kill him, but they all had their own agendas. This battle was extremely perilous and dark, but it was also filled with hope. For some reason, his body trembled involuntarily at the thought of this, but he didn't know whether it was from fear or excitement. And Ao Yen had been invincible for far too long, and the blood within his body was beginning to boil in the face of such a powerful enemy that could threaten his life. All troops get ready. Heaven punishing formation, activate. Michael stood at the forefront of the army with his 8 wings spread wide as he yelled with his pure white, holy sword in his hand. 9 Tao integration stage mighty figures. 99 return to void stage mighty figures, and 9,999 soul formation stage mighty figures all released their auras at the same time, which merged into the formation on the ground of Yutong City. The inner part of the formation was a black circle that encompassed a radius of over 50 kilometers. while the outer part was a white circle that encompassed a radius of over 500 kilometers. Black and white intertwined at a certain critical point, thereby creating an endless cycle of reincarnation. Not only that, but at the very center of the formation, there was a 9-colored divine light that soared straight into the clouds. It was like a sword, yet also like a spear, and it was as if it were going to pierce through the entire heavens as it exuded an unparalleled might that struck fear into all living beings' hearts. This was a god of creation stage formation left behind by a top-rate god from the Holy Paradise, the heaven-punishing formation. All allies that entered the formation would be able to unleash their latent potential to an extremely high degree, thereby elevating the power of all of the powerful beings in the army. Not only that, but the 9-colored divine light at the center of the formation was also a top-rate killing weapon. It was the trump card of the United Army on the Central Front, and now that the final battle had erupted, they had unleashed all of their trump cards without any reservation. There were over 90 million soldiers in the United Army on the Central Front. The main force was the powerful beings within the heaven-punishing formation, while the other half of the powerful beings were scattered around the battlefield, forming formations of all sizes to engage in guerrilla warfare. The 4-9 Immortal Sex Divine Essence Pavilion had also unleashed its own 100 Immortal formation. Even though this formation couldn't attack heavenly gods, it was still more than capable of torturing Heaven Pioneer Stage great generals. Aside from that, Michael, the Battling Buddha, and Yun Menjing were the 3 heavenly disciple candidates, and all of them exuded powerful auras that were no less powerful than heavenly gods as they stood at the forefront of the army, facing their enemies head-on. 9 Tao Integration Stage Vermilion Birds also exuded boundless flames, making them appear as if they were 9 suns hanging in the sky. The war god of the human race, Enlil, and the mysterious divine phoenix maiden stood silently atop the city wall. They were the trump cards and pillars of the United Army on the Central Front. However, such a powerful lineup didn't actually make the soldiers feel any better. This was because the enemy's lineup was also extremely terrifying. If it weren't for Enlil and Su Xiaolan, they would have already been scared witless, setting aside the 200 million Heavenly Human Tribe United Army and the 30 million Creation Realm, Blood Tribe, Void Spirit Tribe, and Western Dragon United Army. There were 12 Tao Integration Stage Super Mighty Figures and over 50 Heaven Pioneer Stage Great Generals. Even the Divine Heaven Stage beings who had once been regarded as top-tier Super Mighty Figures had 10 of them on their side. What kind of terrifying experience was this? One had to realize that on this battlefield, only the 3 heavenly disciple candidates could just barely keep the power of the heavenly gods at bay. Even if they fought to the death, they would only be able to take on 3 heavenly gods. So what about the other 7? If the 7 heavenly gods were released, then no matter how many people they had, they would all be crushed to death. This was a fundamental difference in combat prowess that couldn't be made up for with numbers. Perhaps getting Enlil and Su Xiaolan to fight was their last resort. However, if they were to rely on Enlil and Su Xiaolan, then who would be able to keep the paramount heavenly gods at bay? That's right, this battle was going to be extremely perilous and brutal. Enlil and Su Xiaolan alone wouldn't be enough. Even if everyone fought to the death, there was a very good chance that they would lose. This was something that everyone knew, but the vast majority of them still chose to fight. This was going to be an extremely difficult battle. With this in mind, Enlil turned toward the burly True Demon Tribe man with a large gourd on his back. Did Cyril send you here to deal with today's situation?